Hello, 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 hello. Check, check, check. Hello, 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 hello. Check one test. One T. One test. Check one test. Hello. One test. One test. कर रहे राजकुमार भाई? राजकुमार भाई? हेलो, 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 हेलो. Check one test. One T. Check one test. One T. Check one test. One test. Check one test. Hello, 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 hello. Check one test. One T. Check one test. One test. Check one test. One test. One test. Check one T. Hello, hello, hello. Check one test. One T. One T. Hello, hello. Check one test. One test. Check. Check one T. One T. One T. Test. Check one test. One test. Hello. Check one test. One test. Check one T. One T.
Check. Hello.
Hello.
on e-commerce platforms, opportunities, challenges, and the way forward. Crop protection products are widely used in agricultural production, vector control, and household pest control. Conventionally, these products are sold only through offline means, such as distributors and dealer networks, regulated by central and state laws, rules, and acts. With increased trade globalization, increasing digitalization, and growth of online platforms, agricultural products are now widely available for sale on e-commerce sites. This offers farmers a convenient access to these products delivered directly at their doorstep. However, a lot of products are being sold without proper compliance. Farmers, industry, and e-commerce platforms are facing a lot of challenges. The key objectives of this conference are to create awareness amongst various stakeholders to ensure compliances and also promote the availability of genuine products to the farmers. So let us begin. Let us first inaugurate this conference. And for that, I would like to request Mr. Ankur Agrawal, the chairman of CropLife India, to please come up near the lamp and please escort our guests of honor, Mr. Ravi Shankar, Domain Lead, Agriculture, Open Network for Digital Commerce, Dr. Subhash Chand, Secretary, CIB and RC, Government of India, our chief guest, Dr. P.K. Singh, Agriculture Commissioner, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, and I also request Mr. Durgesh Chandra, Secretary General of CropLife India, to please come forward and proceed with the lamp lighting ceremony. The lamp lighting is an auspicious occasion, dispel darkness and for knowledge to enter. Thank you so much. Can I have a round of applause again, please? May I now request Mr. Ankur Agrawal, Mr. Ravi Shankar, Dr. P.K. Singh, Dr. Subhash Chand to please come up on the stage. We will have the inaugural session now. E-commerce platforms, convenience versus compliance. E-commerce gives farmers, especially those in remote locations, new opportunities to conveniently access a variety of products, compare prices, and make informed decisions, essentially bringing the market right to them. However, in the absence of compliance of online rules can lead to the sale of illegal, illicit, unregistered, fake, or banned products. This discussion will focus on the various aspects of such concerns, but before we begin, may I request Mr. Ankur Agrawal, the chairman of CropLife India, to please welcome the gathering and deliver the opening remarks.
Thank you very much, and wish you all a very, very happy new year. And on the dais, respected Commissioner Shri P.K. Singh ji, Secretary CIB-RC Shri Subhash ji, Ravi ji, and all the distinguished guests. So this is on occasion of where CropLife India have taken the initiative to have a very open discussion on sale of agrochemicals through e-platform. It's a very interesting subject in today's AI world where everything is getting digital, or there are many confusions, and I was speaking to few .com players over the tea, and एक यहाँ पे ये discussion चल रहा था कि यहाँ हमको डंडा मारने के लिए बुलाया है या किसके लिए बुलाया. I think the whole idea is to have a common understanding, and we will also listen from the best of best from the government, as I mentioned, senior leadership who controls the regulation, who is responsible for reforms. And I think everybody sitting in this hall is interested that how consumers, in our case, which are Indian farmers, are benefited. When I say benefited, that is in terms of increasing producibility of the farms, and at the same time ensure that how safe and judicious use of crop protection is practiced. That is the key end outcome. We all have to co-live, we all have to evolve and ensure that we follow the law of the land, we follow what is required in terms of regulation. We all know that crop protection is part of the regulated industry. We are dealing with agrochemicals which required safe handling, which requires usage which goes as per the crop labels. So this responsible use is extremely critical. So I think there can't be a better start of a new year with this topic, which directly goes for the consumer benefit, and we all can influence farm producibility. So we have a full day lined up for this open discussion, and we will also hear from the experts. The only, I would say, advocacy which CropLife India is doing is that this whole approach needs to be regulated. The whole business which is being done on e-platforms, it's not the question of whether the industry is demanding them to encourage or discourage. It is purely of the consumer choice. But what we want is that it should be done in the most regulated manner, keeping the interest of all the stakeholders and future of Indian agriculture. So I will stop here and once again warmly welcome, and I open this session, this very important day where we will gather thoughts. And as you know that the Pesticide Management Act is also, the draft is in public domain, and we will incorporate suggestions that how we can strengthen this whole. So many thanks for each one of you to come down, and special thanks to Shri P.K. Singh ji and Subhash ji and Ravi ji for being there, and we'll have a very, very interesting session. Thank you very much.
Before you sit, could I please request you to welcome the dignitaries on stage with planters? To our chief guest, Dr. P.K. Singh, Agriculture Commissioner. Our guest of honor, Dr. Subhash Chand, Secretary, CIB-NRC. And to Mr. Ravi Shankar, Domain Lead Agriculture Open Network for Digital Commerce. May I now request Mr. Ravi Shankar to please deliver the industry address.
Hi, good morning everyone. Greetings to the honorable guest, and greetings to you, all of you who are here. Greetings for 2026 also, and I congratulate CropLife India for arranging this workshop. I think it's a very pertinent question. The world is moving towards digital e-commerce, agriculture, and obviously farmers should not be left behind in this. As a part of ONDC, I hope you are aware of ONDC. We are basically sort of a UPI for e-commerce. So we are not a platform, but we are a network which enables democratization of e-commerce. One of the most important things that I, leading Agri, could understand is that it's our responsibility to set some rules and guidances aligned with the laws of the land, but ultimately it should enable e-commerce transactions. Now I'll share some learnings from here, what we have learned. So if somebody wants to adopt e-commerce on the seller side, say there are different kind of sellers, and they wanted to come on ONDC network, they would join any of our seller partner or become a seller platform themselves. All they needed was, okay, GST is required, and then you have a license, which is pesticide license, and that's it. What we learned is that it's tricky that because not all manufacturers are capable to digitize all their retail and distributor networks. So sometimes a brand comes in where a distributor comes in as a seller. Even a retailer may come as a seller. There have been cases where, say, an FPO or a pack is a distributor of, say, a brand XYZ, and they can also come as a seller. As long as there is a tick mark on GST and other compliances like licenses, it was okay. But what we realized that there are a lot of things that needs to be done in this universe. Point number one, as of date, what we know is that purchase of this kind of crop protection material is very advisory led. A farmer usually goes to a retailer and he's sort of his compounder come doctor for choosing and understanding what the problem is and then recommending. Now with players like Big Heart or Plantix, especially Plantix, who created a digital platform where you can see the disease and predict what's the problem. But if you understand the technicality of advisory, what advice you will get is basically a chemical name and the dosage. It's like the doctor telling us you need to have a paracetamol, but whether you will have Saridon or Crocin, it's your choice. Now, this is where the first problem came in. Now, if you want to digitize, the most important thing in e-commerce is a catalog. It should have most important aspects. Right now, if you go through digital catalogs, the problem is there is no connection between that chemical name and the brand that is offering. There is no connection how many crops it is valid for, which disease, all these informations, related ratings, or whether somebody has used it, found it good, bad, these are not available. This is, we're trying to solve this with a concept called catalog as a service, and I think the industry body should take the lead on that. There should be a standardization across the board. This is where we will also know who is the best one, which are the, and what are spurious brands who claim something. That's the only way I believe it can be solved. And the other things is what is authentic and whose rating is better. There are policy decisions or structure devices, proposition already in place that most of these products should have an extra QR code, which also, now where do you enforce that is the most important question. Should it be enforced at the warehouse level, at the CNF level, at the origin level, or is it about going out and informing farmers that if you want to buy anything pesticide, you must look for this QR code. It's like going and saying कि अगर bill नहीं मिला तो payment मत कीजिएगा. That's how you teach the customers, and it's very important for farmers because I mean this is the biggest risk farmer faces, crop loss. So I think it's a very important subject that we are talking on today, discussing, and the agenda looks great. I would love to be a part of this and get enriched, and I'm very hopeful that today will be fruitful and we will have some actions to take post this session. And thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. That was Mr. Ravi Shankar. from the Open Network for Digital Commerce. And now, if I could request Dr. Subhash Chand, Secretary, Central Insecticide Board and Registration Committee, Government of India, to please deliver his address.
A warm good morning to all, and very salubrious and happy new year to you all from the Secretariat of CIB and RC. So as everybody knows that this topic is of very important topic and emerging field, new field which have been emerging since only the newborn baby, only after 2022 when rules were amended. Then it came into the existence and in form, and now it's being developed by the various industries, various platforms, and newest technology. As everybody knows that India is the second largest country in the world, who is having approximately 158 billion of hectare in the land, of the agriable land. That's a very remarkable achievement for the country. And as you might be knowing that we are the 7th largest country. So everything has a pros and cons. We are the 7th largest country. We are the 2nd largest country in agriable land. But the lacuna is that we are the largest country by population side. We are having 148 billion population to feed. Whereas we have only 2.8% of the land. We have to accommodate the 17% population of the world. Means 8 times more populations than other country. As everybody knows that in the last 10 years, we have increased our production approximately 1.5 times. Still we are at 350 million tons of produce, but still if we calculate it, we have to reach approximately 580 million tons by 2047. We have to feed more mouth by less land. As land is decreasing and population is increasing. As everybody knows that we are the young country in the world by the workforce, and India is the only country in the world who is having 51% of its area as arable land. We are the only one country in the world whose arable land is 51% of the total area of the country. We are the only one. But as I told you, but we are not the leader in production per hectare also. We have to, means the tremendous scope is there to increase the production. When we were found during 30 years back and after, before the green revolutions, when we were harping on other country, now in some areas, we are surplus country also in export. Even that the trade deficit with the other countries like China and other country, it's very remarkable. If you see, it may look good on the paper. Recently I was studying and I was seeing that we had $108 billion business bilateral with China, but only export was $18 billion, $90 billion deficit. If other country also, situation remains same. So our economy have become less over or more over import based. That has to be converted to the production based or to the manufacturer based or that the inventor based, or we have to be converted ourselves as the biggest exporter of that thing. So the things is not like that. If we go by that other statistics also, sometimes they give hope, sometimes they are not. If anything like that, these initiatives, the government is putting 100% efforts, that digitizations. If you see that the Kisan Mitra and the PM Samman Nidhi Yojana, you take the name, that Jeevan Bima, that's of the farmers, and crop Nidhi, all digital platforms are coming. So now that the private developers are also adopting technology-based app or technology-driven solutions to the farmers. Now that the private inventor or the private companies are bringing that the more technology at the more cheaper rate, at localized base, so that their users can use it at very affordable price and they can increase their production. Like if you see, I think maximum people might be knowing that there is a app Plantix. In 1 year, 47 lakhs download have been witnessed. That is for farmer, for the kitchen garden also. That's a remarkable achievement. If the peoples are using that, it means there are wide scope for e-commerce. If we go by that statistics and if we say that in India, approximately 60 to 68 billion, that millions of 600 millions of users using smartphone, giving impetus to the e-commerce platforms. And out of that, if we calculate it 19 to age group wise, 19 to 29 age groups, in rural area, it is 85% users using smartphone. Whereas, if we go by the city and by the specifically the farmers, it is 95%. Statistics shows, data shows, approximately 60% farmers are using their smartphone for weather update, for mandi prices, and for other details, and that the diseases and the solutions. It means the farmers, whatever this ground reality may be, they may say that they are not much educated, but I am saying that they are well versed with that latest technology which is being offered to the farmers by the company, by the technologist. So that e-commerce also is one such kind of platform. There are so many platforms that Ifco Bazaar, Big Heart, others, they are offering good product. So like that the government has a policy, ease of doing business. Ease of doing business brings that the forgery also at your doorstep. 10 years, 20 years back, you might have never listened that 14 crore, 18 crores have been siphoned off within one night. There were not the case. But now every other day you are listening, you are witnessing that someone has cheated, that the house arrest, this and that, only misuse of the technology. Likewise, in e-commerce specifically, because you are selling pesticide, it is not a sweet. So it is, by nature it is toxic. It is lethal. So the responsibility lies on my previous speaker was saying, on the platform, on the manufacturer, to ensure its quality. If quality is managed or it is forged, then the purpose of this digitization will be defeated. So the responsibility lies on the manufacturer or the associations to ensure that the quality products are supplied to the farmers at their doorstep, which will definitely facilitate the farmers to increase in their production, because maximum farmers are relying as on date on the dealer only. They go, because I belongs to a farming family, I am a farmer son. Even my brother, my sister, my father also goes to dealers only. They ask, oh Baba, ye bimari ye dekhna, ye patta dekh. You see this leaf, and even sometimes they bring that insect also to the farm, to the dealer, and he gives that antidote. 4-5 mix kar dega, you take it and go and spray. So to stop such kind of tank mixing technology, and to that in India, if you see that what is the problem every time in export we are facing residue problem. Unjudicious pesticide is rampant. Everywhere you go, in farmer also, when I was a child, I was seeing only farmers were spraying with that back mein wo lagaya chota sa dabba, usse they were spraying. Now you go any village, big tanker loading with the tractor, and they are mixing so many pesticides in one tank and using it. They are not knowing whether what residue effects is there or what's not. We and all are responsible, and we are eating it. Sometimes it happens, farmer thinks, if I am using it, I have not to eat it. But someone other produce, you have to eat it. So we all are sailing into same boat. So judicious use and awareness of that it lies with the government and with associations and with responsible manufacturer also, to make aware the farmers and users also. So with this, I would rest my words and hope that this e-commerce and your efforts you are putting into that will fructify in a big market situation. As on date, as that you might be seeing that $258 billion market exists of overall in India total online system. Even I don't have any data of the pesticide online sale, but total market e-commerce sale is $258 billion in India as on date. So if we percentage it in the rural area wise, it is exceeding to the urban area. 60% e-commerce sale are in rural area. Wherever if you wake up in the morning, you go and you see that everywhere delivery boy, they are roaming, they are running. Even if you go to the deepest village, you will find the same situation. Everybody is using this platform. So responsibility is great, and you have to bear this, and you have to keep in your mind that we have to ensure that the quality products are delivered. It's a very nice effort by the associations, and I am thankful to be part of this discussion and your endeavor. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the relevant and practical issues pertaining to crop protection product sale. I now request the Chief Guest address. May I request Dr. P.K. Singh, Agriculture Commissioner, to please come up. Can I have a round of applause?
Thank you, madam. Actually, it is difficult to speak on a topic which is totally new. तो यहाँ पे हम लोग थोड़ा बात कर लेते हैं कि क्या आगे होना चाहिए. अभी तो इसके ऊपर क्या बताना है, मतलब एवरीबडी नोज कि क्या स्थिति है अभी. देखो, सबसे पहले तो जो करना है उसमें सबसे पहला काम है कि अभी जो पेस्टिसाइड मैनेजमेंट बिल स्टेक होल्डर्स कंसल्टेशन के लिए लगा हुआ है, आप लोग को उसको पूरा ध्यान से पढ़ के क्रॉप लाइफ हो और भी जितने एसोसिएशंस हैं, दे शुड वर्क टुगेदर टू हैव सम इनेबलिंग प्रोविजंस इन दैट, ताकि एक्ट में वो आ जाए इनेबलिंग प्रोविज़न फॉर ऑनलाइन सेल या जैसे भी आपका सेल का बनता है. क्योंकि सीड का बिल में हम लोगों ने इसको एक लाइन डालने की कोशिश की है. लेट अस सी हाउ इट गोज़ टू द पार्लियामेंट. बट अभी से अगर इसके ऊपर फोकस कर लेंगे तो सारे जो आगे जो समस्याएं आने की उम्मीद है वो हम लोग पहले ही से उस एक्ट में उसको कर सकते हैं. दूसरा सबसे बड़ा इशू आएगा आपका जो ट्रांसपोर्ट और इसको किस तरह से डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. वंस ए फार्मर ऑर्डर समथिंग फ्रॉम से चेन्नई एंड द ऑर्डर इज टेकन अप बाय समवन इन यूपी, सो हाउ ही इज गोइंग टू ट्रांसपोर्ट दैट मटेरियल. ये कैसे जस्टिफाई होगा. आपके ओएनडीसी जो आप कह रहे थे कि CGST है और ये है, तो हम द प्लेटफॉर्म्स ओपन फॉर देयर सेल, लेकिन क्या वो सप्लाई चेन जो हम लोग का सिक्योरिटी, क्योंकि टॉक्सिक केमिकल्स हैं उसमें, सीड में तो एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म, साथी प्लेटफॉर्म बनने की बात हो रही है जिसपे कि सारी वैरायटीज़ विल बी रजिस्टर्ड ऑन दैट, और वो लोकेशन स्पेसिफिक जब किसान सर्च करेगा कि हमारे एरिया के लिए पर्टिकुलर क्रॉप के लिए कौन सी वैरायटी है, तो दैट विल बी उसको उस अपने एरिया के हिसाब से ही हम लोग उस पोर्टल पे ये ऐड कर दे रहे हैं कि जब वो जहाँ पे जियो टैग लोकेशन पे खड़ा है वहाँ के हिसाब से ही उसको वैरायटीज़ दिखेंगी क्रॉप वाइज. तो दैट इज़ वन थिंग. और उसके अलावा जो सीड कंपनीज़ हैं वो भी उस एरिया के बाहर उस पर्टिकुलर वैरायटी का सीड नहीं बेचेंगे, ये भी मान के चला जा रहा है. So that kind of things if we can do for agrochemicals, then it is easy. ताकि किसान अगर देखता भी है तो he knows कि हमारे क्षेत्र में एप्पल नहीं होता है, तो एप्पल की दवा वहाँ पे उसको नहीं मिलनी चाहिए. अगर ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म, बट ऐसा है नहीं. होता क्या है कि बहुत से ऐसे केमिकल्स हैं जो कि अक्रॉस क्रॉप्स यूज़ हो रहे हैं. तो जब अक्रॉस क्रॉप यूज़ हो रहा है तो वो कई जगह के उस पर मिलेगा, तो जहाँ पे सबसे सस्ता दिखेगा वो जो है इनका AI जो कहता है ना कि आपको जो लिस्ट बना के देगा वो है, वो जेनेरिक तो सेल होगा नहीं. उसमें जो भी है वो अगर AI में ये प्रावधान हो गया कि सबसे सस्ता वाला सबसे ऊपर दिखेगा, तो निश्चित समझ लीजिए कि स्प्यूरियस वाला आपको सबसे ऊपर दिखेगा, और किसान सस्ते के चक्कर में फिर वो खरीदेगा, स्प्यूरियस डालेगा, फिर असर नहीं होगा। ऐसा हो सकता है। तो अब उसको कैसे टैकल करना है, या हम लोग ग्रेडिंग करें, तो इंडस्ट्रीज की ग्रेडिंग हो जाए, जो या तो अब वो प्रोसेस आप लोग को सोचना है कि ये ग्रेडिंग किस तरह से हो सकती है, who can be the Indian manufacturers, 9(3) registrant holders, all those criteria can be taken up in a sequence, जो कि हम लोग सीड में मिनी रत्ना और रत्ना कंपनीज टाइप का कंसेप्ट ला रहे हैं, कि जो R&D बेस्ड कंपनीज हैं उनको मिनी रत्ना रत्ना जो कितना उनका टर्नओवर है उसके हिसाब से उसकी ग्रेडिंग करने की बात हो रही है। तो अगर उस टाइप का सिस्टम हम लोग एग्रोकेमिकल में भी करते हैं, जो तो हमारे जो केवल इंपोर्ट करके रिटेल में डालने की कोशिश करेंगे वो ऐसे ONDC या ऐसे और अदर प्लेटफॉर्म्स के ऊपर, तो ऐसे बहुत से हो सकते हैं जो कि कहीं से सिंपल इंपोर्ट करके CGST है, दे कैन सेल केमिकल्स, तो दे कैन सेल आल्सो एग्रोकेमिकल। उसको आप रोकेंगे कैसे, ये सोचना होगा, क्योंकि हाउस होल्ड के लिए भी बहुत से केमिकल्स के वो हैं जो कि ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म पे पहले से हैं। आपका ये गुड नाइट तो सब पहले से है, दे आर आल्सो एग्रोकेमिकल, वो भी हम ही लोग के यहाँ से रजिस्ट्रेशन होता है, उसके बावजूद वो सेल हो रहे हैं। तो बट व्हेन वी गो टू द फार्मर्स, जो हैंड होल्डिंग या गुड एग्रीकल्चर प्रैक्टिसेस को बढ़ावा देने की बात है, जो IPM मॉड्यूल्स को लागू कराने की बात है, उन सबको किस प्रेफरेंस में हम लोग इस तरीके से ले आएँ, अपने एक्ट में ही उनके प्रावधान डाल दें कि जब किसान ओपन करता है उसको पता चले कि हाँ ये यहाँ पे बायोपेस्टिसाइड्स भी अवेलेबल हैं, हमें पहले बायोपेस्टिसाइड होना चाहिए यूज़, ETL आ गया है, अब ETL के ऊपर हमको अगर जाना है तो कौन सा केमिकल सबसे लेटेस्ट रिलीज़ है, ग्रीन केमिस्ट्री है क्या है, मतलब ये सारे जो सिस्टम्स बनाने की बात है वो जब तक नहीं बन जाता, हमें नहीं लगता कि ये जो ऑनलाइन सेल की बात है ये बहुत सक्सेसफुल होगा, क्योंकि इसमें शिकायतें बहुत आएंगी। किसान मंगाएगा, उसके बाद फिर उसको ट्रैक बैक नहीं कर पाएगा। जब आप सोचो कि इंडिगो के फ़्लाइट के टिकट आप ट्रैक बैक नहीं कर पा रहे हो, जो इंडिगो घोषित करता है कि 5 से और 6 तारीख के बीच में जो टिकट बुक हुए हैं उसके लिए हम 10,000 रुपये का वो एक क्रेडिट नोट देंगे, जब आप उस पर अप्लाई करते हैं तो कह देता है कि वो हमारे परव्यू में नहीं आ रहा आपका टिकट। अब आप बताओ कि आप क्या करेंगे, अब किसके पास जाएंगे? तो ऐसी अगर शिकायतें 10-20 हज़ार शिकायतें रोज़ आने लगेंगी ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म पे परचेज़ करने के बाद, वो सीधे वो कंपनी कहेगी आपने ख़रीदा आप जानो, हम तो इसको खुला पैकेट है वापस तो लेंगे नहीं। भाई खुला पैकेट तो कोई भी नहीं ले जाएगा, क्योंकि उनके कैरियर जो कैरियर्स होंगे या जो वो जो गिग वर्कर्स लगे हुए हैं वो ओपन डब्बा तो आपका वापस नहीं ला सकते, उसी में वो खाना पहुंचा रहा है, उसी में आपका वो केमिकल पहुंचा रहा है, उसके पास अलग पैकिंग और सिस्टम तो है नहीं। वो सेम मोटरसाइकिल सेम मोपेड यूज़ करेगा, आपके यहाँ केमिकल पर अगर आप उसको वापस कर, जैसे अभी आप कपड़ा खरीदो या कुछ खरीदो आप वापस कर सकते हैं, तो ठीक है खुला पैकेट है कोई बात नहीं, वो अपना ले आके, लेकिन यहाँ तो खुला डिब्बा आप कैसे वापस करेंगे? तो नकली आ गया तो आ गया, हाउ टू चेक दैट? तो अब इन सब चीज़ों को उसका रिटर्न पॉलिसी क्या होगी? ऐसे तो दुकान पे पहुंच जाता है कि खोले तो उसमें क्रिस्टलाइज हो गया है, जम गया है वो तो वापस जाके दुकान वाले को तो पकड़ सकता है, आपके ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म को कैसे पकड़ेगा? ही डोंट हैव दैट कनेक्ट। तो ये सारा चीज़ सोचना पड़ेगा, और ये सब आगे तो जो सिस्टम्स बनेंगे उसके हिसाब से अभी तो सबसे ज़रूरी है कि जो एक्ट नया की बात हो रही है, पेस्टिसाइड मैनेजमेंट बिल चल रहा है, उसमें क्या प्रावधान होने चाहिए, और उसको बाकी के जो आपके डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन और इनके जो प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं उसके लिए जो एक्ट हैं उसके साथ कैसे सिंक करना है, वो पॉइंट सोचना चाहिए। तो आज की वर्कशॉप का तो आपका मेन फीचर यही होना चाहिए कि हम ये पॉइंट आज निकल के आता है कि हम इसको किसी तरह से उसमें पेस्टिसाइड मैनेजमेंट बिल में ऐड कराएं, कि क्या होगा, ये सारी पॉलिसी कैसे होगी, कैसे रिटर्न पॉलिसी होगी, कैसे हैंड होल्डिंग पॉलिसी होगी किसान के साथ, कौन कौन से केमिकल्स उस पर जा सकते हैं, और ठीक है कुछ के लिए ट्राई करने के लिए आप पायलट प्रोजेक्ट्स हम लोग किसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट बेस, एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट पे या एक ब्लॉक पे या ऐसे पायलट उसको चला के ट्राई किया जा सकता है। व्हाट इज़ द रिस्पॉन्स ऑफ द फार्मर्स फॉर दैट, एंड पर्टिकुलरली फॉर प्लांटेशंस इट इज़ ओके। प्लांटेशंस में बड़े किसान होंगे they can purchase in bulk. तो ऐसे के लिए सप्लाई या तो सीधे कंपनी सप्लाई करे, FPOs हैं, मान लीजिए 300 किसानों के लिए उनको कुछ खरीदना है केमिकल, एक ही केमिकल है, तो दे कैन परचेज डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द कंपनी और वो डायरेक्ट सप्लाई उसको कर सकता है. दैट काइंड ऑफ सिस्टम्स कैन बी बिल्ट ड्यूरिंग द पायलट फेज, कि इसको एक बार फिर उसको देखा जाए टेस्ट करके कि फील्ड में वो कितना सक्सेसफुल होता है. और ये सारा जो उलझने आने वाली है ना, उसके बारे में सोचना शुरू कर देना चाहिए कि आगे आके उलझन आए उससे पहले उसको पहले से सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करें, कि हम लोग एक्ट से ही शुरू करके फिर रूल बने उसके बाद. तो हमें लगता है बायो पेस्टिसाइड साइंस है, इनके लिए किया जा सकता है. अगर क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस की बात होती है तो ठीक है, डायरेक्ट कंपनी से सप्लाई का, नॉट दैट टू द रिटेलर्स, क्योंकि वो धूप में रख दे लाके, फिर दिन भर कहीं मोपेट खड़ा करके और उसके बाद फिर चाय पीने लगे, उतनी देर में टेम्परेचर उसका बढ़ गया तो आपका सारे बायोपेस्टिसाइड का तो कहानी ख़त्म हो गई वहीं पे. तो ऑल दो थिंग्स कि कैसे सप्लाई होगा, ये होगा. तो जैसे अभी ये 10 मिनट वाला ख़त्म करना पड़ा आखिर, क्योंकि वो ये नहीं कोई सोचा. ऐसे तो ठीक है, वेरी गुड, स्विगी जोमेटो दे हैव ए वेरी गुड सप्लाई चेन, छोटे छोटे स्टोर्स बनाना वो करना, सारा उनका डेटा था. लेकिन वो ये पॉइंट उस समय नहीं सोच पाए कि 10 मिनट में पहुंचाने के चक्कर में जो ये आपके जो गिग वर्कर्स हैं, दे आर गेटिंग एक्सीडेंट, उनका एक्सीडेंट हो रहा है, वो लड़ जा रहे हैं लोगों से क्योंकि 10 मिनट में पहुंचाना है उनको. तो दैट काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशन शुड नॉट अराइज इन द फ्यूचर, कि हमें ये हम पहले तो सोच लिए कि हम पहुंचा देंगे और डब्बा फट गया उसका रास्ते में, उसकी जिम्मेदारी किसकी. भाई पैकेट फट गया, आपका केमिकल टॉक्सिक केमिकल है, वो किसी और चीज़ के साथ मिक्स कर गया, हु इज़ गोइंग टू टेक द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. तो ये सारा चीज़ करना चाहिए. लेट अस सी हाउ इट बिगिंस, बट इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक कि आपको अब इस दिशा में काम तो करना ही है. ऑनलाइन सप्लाई, ऑनलाइन ये तो होना ही है धीरे धीरे. बट यू ऑल्सो हैव मोर देन 250,000 डीलर चेन, तो उसका भी आपको सोचना पड़ेगा कि उनको कैसे इसके साथ इन्वॉल्व करना है और क्या इसमें डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नेटवर्क बन सकते हैं फ्यूचर में, वो दैट हैज़ टू बी थॉट ऑफ. तो आज बनाइए, कोशिश करिए कि एक्ट के लिए तो कम से कम आज शाम तक आप लोग कुछ बना लें, एक पैराग्राफ या एक सेक्शन उस एक्ट में, कि ये आ जाए सेक्शन, तो कम से कम आगे उसके बेस पे रूल्स और रेगुलेशन बन सकते हो. तो अगर इतना भी आज का आउटपुट हो जाता है तो इट इज़ वेरी गुड. So I hope this will be done by the evening today. So thank you for calling me and giving some what are my thoughts for this. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for ratifying the topic of the conference today, for your guidance and for setting the agenda for the rest of the day. May I now request Mr. Ravi Hegde, Director of CropLife India, to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural session.
Good morning, everyone. And thanks to Durgesh, first of all, for putting me on the spot. It's a privilege for me to be here, to be giving the vote of thanks. And it's a wonderful topic for discussion today, because it not only talks about the challenges aspect, which can be mitigated through deliberations that we will be having over the discussions today, but also the opportunities that we can tap out of this online sale of crop protection chemicals. My sincere thanks, first of all, to Ankurji for setting the context. For this digital world, especially, he talked about how it is so important for consumers and how consumers can be benefited. And ultimately, the interest of farmers need to be taken care of. While, and my thanks to Mr. Ravi Shankar, ONDC, for the domain expert here. And he highlighted certain important aspect on how digital space can be a powerful tool, especially a suggestion for the industry to use catalog as a service. So I think it's something that we can look into in terms of how we integrate along with ONDC. My sincere thanks to Secretary CIBRC, Dr. Subhash Chand, I guess he wonderfully talked about the the opportunities we have in India in terms of both the arable land as well as the food security aspect, and he connected it to the digital space. So I think that is more important on how we can connect food security to online sale of pesticides, on how it can really make sense to farmers to get the genuine inputs, and also on the regulatory responsibilities when we do this. So that's very, very important. I think this will come out over the deliberations in today's discussions. Finally, my very grateful thanks to Dr. P.K. Singh, chairman of this session. I think as he has highlighted, it is important for us to make this commitment that we make these suggestions in the forthcoming PMB that is going to be put in the parliament for discussions. So we should be working out on this. And at the same time, he highlighted certain very, very important aspects on how we can manage the supply chain security aspects. Also on the spurious products, that could be one of the challenges that we could face when we initiate this online sale of pesticides. But also at the same time, he mentioned how this can be an opportunity as well to promote the genuine pesticides. So I think when we bring that focus on pushing the genuine products, probably the aspect of spurious will always be controlled, and also the financial aspects. And finally, thanks to the wonderful audience here for being here, being deliberate listeners, and thanks one and all. Thank you so much.
And before we proceed for a short tea break, may I request Mr. Ankur Agrawal, Chairman of CropLife India, to please present mementos to our dignitaries on stage, to thank them for their time and for their sharing their thoughts with us. To the Chairman of the session, Dr. P.K. Singh. To Dr. Subhash Chand, Secretary CIB and RC. To Mr. Ravi Shankar of ONDC. Can we have a group photograph, please? Thank you. Let us proceed for a short tea break, after which we will come back for a special online session. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I request everyone to please start settling down. We have a very special session now. This is going to be an online session. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a special session on global best practices for agrochemical sale on e-commerce platforms. And we will be joined online from Singapore by Ms. Marie Goh. She's the Associate Director, Stewardship and Stakeholder Partnership of CropLife Asia. Yes, she's there with us. And she's going to be making a special online presentation on global best practices for agrochemical sale on e-commerce platforms. Ms. Goh, welcome and thank you so much for taking out the time. You may start your presentation.
Thank you so much to the Madam MC. I hope all of you can hear
I think there's an
my
audio
voice.
issue, Ms. Goh. 1 minute, please.
Yep. Can you hear me now?
Can we just check the audio? Ms. Goh, can you please say something?
Can you hear me now very clearly?
The volume is very low. We can hear you, but the volume is extremely low. Could you increase?
My volume sign is
Yes.
already at the maximum. I'm afraid
Yeah.
that
No, we
you
can
need
hear
to
you now.
adjust.
We can hear you
Yeah.
now. Great. Thank you. Please continue.
Yeah. Okay. Let me try to share my screen. Okay. So thank you so much to our colleagues from the CropLife India for inviting the CropLife Asia for the opportunities for us to share the global practices in terms of the development of the agrochemical sales on the e-commerce platform. And my target of the presentations for the today, I'll be sharing with you, there's a few areas of my key agenda, including the legal enforcement from the authority, from the updates, including the FAO-WHO guidance document. How about also to sharing, as I can hear, there's a few opening papers for today from the few keynote speakers regards to the risk for the non-registered and the illicit pesticide. And last but not least, we would like to also to share with you the lesson learned, what we can see using the pharmaceutical as one of the example, which the pharmaceutical similarly also to our industry that is being highly educated sector. And this presentation is a joint support together myself and also my Executive Director, Dr. Tan Xiang Hee. Okay. So first of all, we would like, when we are sharing the session, right, I would like to give you the overlook, perhaps what you can see that the benefits in terms of the e-commerce, and more of us, all of you will be very familiar with, you know, the brands that we've been copying here from the Zoom, like Alibaba, Amazons, to including the Tokopedia and the e-commerce. And of course, with the technology that we now see a day, including the after the COVID-19, there's a lot of benefits that we can be utilizing when we have the online sales. But at the same time, we also realize that there's been a lot of challenges facing when there's a product on the market, especially when coming to our agrochemicals, illicit trade, how to identify the sellers behind the listing. There's also the borders, cross-border gaps, that is bypassing the national import or export of the control. And then there's also the illicit trade when coming to the sales of the unregistered counterfeitings or the banned product. So as an executive summary, we can see that the overall challenges they're facing, not just the India alone, but in terms on the whole global itself, we can realize that the core problem will trigger when there's an illicit of the agrochemical will provide the risk to the public health safety, environmentals, and also to impact on the fair trade and the competition. And these key stakeholders will be involving, to be getting the impact, not just the farmer alone, but you can see that the illicit trade will impact, including the regulators, marketplace, manufacturers, including the logistic providers, and also the consumers protection, who we care very much. So as the overall the strategy that from a global view and they provide the approach, so there's a three-pronged approach that when we're coming to the pesticide online sales to be overcome, such as we ensuring on the mandatory of the registration, platform the control, and also the rephrase enforcement, which will be focusing by the national authority. And these will be targeted the outcomes when we have the implementations to focus on the online pesticide. There will be a safer markets for everyone, including the playing or the field, and also improve the traceability. So the first step is that when we're realizing this thing, we would like to emphasize that the most important is to change the regulation. So if you can comparing between the agrochemicals on the screen that I'm sharing, between the agrochemicals and pharmaceutical, we are actually very much more similar that the pharmaceutical product provide as a medicinals to the human, and whereas the agrochemical is providing as a medicinals to the crop protections, to the farmers. And you can see there's a standard of the risk in terms of the regulation, whether it's coming from the exposure, distribution, which is whether it's to the licensing, we are talking about agrochemicals about food safety, and the use direction, then therefore we are nothing much but similarly, to the pharmaceuticals industry. So I will not go through the details, but you can see from the picture here that you can see some of this banned product was being sold in the market, and this one that where you do not know what is the content until the national authority was being tested, and this is one of the report that is working by the global, which under the traceability program. So with that, we'd like to bring you back again, like the pharmaceutical industry, same to our national laws and regulation in the different country. There's a difference of the national laws and regulations that has been stringent governance for our crop protections to ensure that all the pesticides have been going through the registration, and then you based on the safety, efficacy, and the quality. And then the regulation itself, when they come into the government, they also to be control for the import, export, manufacturing, labeling, and to ensure on the compliance. So this is not something very new, but we also want to bring you the levels that this is under the laws and regulation. And just to give you the few example from the chart over here. So looking back, like just to give you a very general one, like when we want to driving the car, it's very simple that all of us require the license, and then at the same time, all vehicles as a transportation, we also need to go through all the registration, documentation, and for the national authority, the Ministry of Transport, to ensure that as a normal citizen you should have. And with that itself, right, why e-commerce have to be treated differently? Does it mean that the e-commerce does not require the registration, which we think that is not should be, because example from the pharmaceutical product and also the agrochemicals from the last slide that I'm showing with you, we have a different national authority that's governance to ensure that when the manufacturing, delivering all the product, not just register in the market, but the product was being sold, and also to protect the farmers from the environment and the human safety. So this is another few more example to be sharing with you and to take a look that, like a lot of products, like the can be selling and you do not know what is actually the content. So again, so when you look at this, there is compulsory when we're comparing whether it's a medicinal product for your crops to protect your crops, whether it's a pharmaceuticals product, it's not much different, because we are being regulated from the area, and also the intellectual property rights for the company who invest into all this innovation to deliver a good product actually to the farmer. they will be coming out to the pre-market authentication, seller's requirement, and control to the users, safety of the communication, such as on the labeling, to educate the farmers, and also the supply chain control, such as our industry will be very much to focus and comply to the FAO International Code of Conduct on the life cycle of the stewardship. So how does it? So coming to the illicit trades or the control, like we would like to propose on the framework for the e-commerce on the seller, and this will be coming through the overcome from the registration, giving the licensings, packaging and labeling, transport of the safety, including the compliance on the international treaties, and also to apply the same thing to the online channel specifics. And I'll be sharing with you more guidance documents later in my next presentation. So again, we look at there's a law when I'm proposing that there's a require in terms of the law revision, as that we realize there's currently the traditional pesticide of the regulations that the Act is actually falling in terms of to control the digital marketplace. So with having to say that, so the e-commerce platform, they might find to have the challenges that they would like to comply, but when there's a regulatory gap, and where do they have to go? So therefore, there's a need that we encourage the national authority to revise or even to have a new law in relation to this, so that it will be very clear for the e-commerce platform, including applying to the sellers in terms of the rule application, to be sure what is the accountability by the platforms, and then there will be also the due diligence and to ensure the cross-border rather than to create the evasion. So this is a few initiatives that under the CropLife International or Global have been working, that when we relate this e-commerce, talking not just actually the farmer safety itself, but the illicit trade itself also become one of the profitable income to the all these illegal operator, where it's become the organized crime and the supply chain integrity. So this is a few sharing the document for you, like example from the EPA. I think that since 2004, that time they have been looking into when you are selling pesticide over the online, there's a few laws and regulations that will have to be applied. And then with that, we also been participating to draft the document, and have been published it since the last year on the guidance note related to the online sales of the pesticide. So again, we share with you there's a few practices from the national authority. For example, from the APVMA, the national authority who in charge for the registration of the pesticide in Australia. So they have removed 532 of the unregistered product for the online store for the past 6 months, and this being published in the news to ensure that they compliant to the industry and to protect the farmers. So again, in the US, I think the EPA also have taken the action on the eBay for the trials related to the illegal sales of the pesticide. And again, I think the farmer itself, the regulators, and also believe that the e-commerce platform probably also need some challenges because they need a help, and in which area that we can support them. So in this regard, to provide the necessity of the support, so we have also working, as I mentioned to you, this is the transit, the documentation, which called Transnational Alliance to Combat Illicit Trade. We have been coming out as a joint efforts from the global, including the Asia team, to provide the recommendations on tackling the sales of illicit pesticide, especially on the e-commerce platform. And what's the risk challenges that's being posed having this illicit trade as trigger for the agrochemicals. So as I emphasized, I think by the speakers today, on the keynote, such as Dr. Shubhas has mentioned, that risk of the non-registered product, including the human health hazardous, because we don't know what's the content. And not only that, it might create the contamination, pollution to the environment. The farmers might face some economic losses. And not to forget that, because all the product, when they are selling online and unregistered, is by going through all the loopholes without all the registration, and the government might also facing to lose the income in terms of the revenue because it doesn't go through the proper declaration of the trade. And of course, last but not least, all these the unregistered product, it might trigger the trust to the public, including the food safety challenges for all of us, like how the farmers will be confident that whether this product that's being harvested by farmer is actually using the product that's being registered by the national authority. So as a when we go to most of the country, that part of our advocacy, so we will educate and also to work very much under advocacy or intelligent information with the national authority to ensure that the first thing to educate the farmer or even e-commerce platform to identify is whenever you see that the e-commerce platform, the product was being registered and then it was not in a local of the label, the national authority, that's the first ways most easier for you to take down as part of our effort to work with the national authority and also the e-commerce platform. So next, I will have two sharing possible best practices that we are working very closely with the national authorities from a few countries and also with the e-commerce platform. So in terms of the e-commerce, how to say, with the national authority, as I earlier to share with you with regards together with the similar to the news related to the eBay on the trial being taking action by the EPA. So there's legal enforcement, the action was being taken by the EPA on the Amazon, and this has created the financial impact itself with over the penalties. So to ensure, and the key lesson learned, from the Amazon itself, including they have to ensure that whenever they have these agrochemicals being sold online, firstly, they also have to have a responsible to verify the registration, ensure there's a license compliance, mandatory training to the e-sellers, and also to take down a proactive approach to remove all illicit trade of the illegal product. And this is another few more cases just to share with you from the United States, where they have few cases that they have been taking on the action with regards to the e-commerce. So again, we would like to look at how this illicit trade of the product have been reaching out to the e-commerce, and you can see that as from my earlier, the UNICRI, the report to mention about is a organized crime. So there's a criminal pipeline that is not following the regulatory, bypass the custom, and also to exploitation the technology such as the platform. So that is the one that with regards to the Amazon for the actions being taken by the EPA. And then this is also the one that I have shared with you regards to the eBay. And not only that, but the Department of Justice, DOJ, is also have sued the eBay because they are selling the environmental hazardous product, which is online. And the latest development we want to showcase to you, there's best practices from the national authorities such as China. So the MARA have recently been released the new law, which effective by the 1st January this year. So it is under the new law, which is what they regulate under the pesticide e-commerce regulation. They have put it as few of the mandatory requirement, including if you want to be sold on the online e-commerce platform, must to ensure that mandatory to be have a licensing and the filing, complete of the online sales to make sure is if there is a online on the ban of the high-risk product, they have to be restrictedly to take down, and then to ensure the transparency and the requirement, and also under this new law have been also to put a very clear guidance to mention about what is the accountability by the platform, including third-party e-commerce platform, mandatory on when you're using the real name when you purchase, transaction record, and the active collaboration when it's needed with the regulatory requirement. And all the here under the new law, they have also to include these regulations to include the penalties. What if the e-commerce platform fail to comply? And with this itself, they have also provided a grace period to the e-commerce platform to ensure what's the timeline for them to update the requirement in their system. And nevertheless, of course, the national authority, MARA, they will be also to be actively on the quarterly basis on the enforcement to be reporting to ensure that all the transparency and whether the there's a platform to provide the corporation's requirement to follow. So this is the latest development from China, and the other one is actually from would like to share is from the Vietnam. Vietnam, I think they have actually first will be coming up effective for 1st of July, where they have a e-commerce law. We have been supporting to provide our recommendations in the public consultation. So on the last December 10th, I think the National Assembly have already adopted the law, and then is under this e-commerce law itself, it will be also going to be applied to the agrochemicals when you're selling online, and regardless of whether this product it will be going by the selling by the domestic or foreign organization, the law itself will be applied as a whole, and it will take effectively by the 1st of July. So this is a few examples that I would like to share in turn coming from the e-commerce on the best practices from national authority. And not only that, under our initiative, our global team, we also have the collaboration through with the Europol, and there's a few organizations from the EU itself that we have a few operation. As you can see, there's a different of the seizures, and over from the 2015 until 2023, we can say that, you know, these high operations, you know, even as a developed country, there have been also seizures of total 6,961 tons of illegal pesticide in the Europe. So the next is on my sharing part about the e-commerce platform, the best practices, because the e-commerce platforms, we have a very strong collaboration with them to ensure the compliance, and they have been trying the best how they can actually to remove the product and to take down and from time to time the system. So again, you can see these a few best practices that how the Amazon being improved on the declaration when they want to sell it online to ensure, and you can see that they will be also to ensure the propers when they're advertising it. And this is the part that the declaration. So the other part is that when we work at the same time, not just with the e-commerce platform alone, but they also should be identified the clear on the lead authority that will be in charge for the e-commerce to be very clear. For example, talking about the emphasizing on the seizures and the stop sale, takedown and the blocking by the national authority, whether there's any mystery of the shopping and the data compilation, fast track adjudication, and also at the safe disposal. So there's a different initiative that we've been working really through, including with the national authority, including the Ministry of Agriculture, such as the EPA itself, to regulate this on the control of the online sales pesticide. So the other initiative now that we are working through, for example, with the Shopee in the region, how do we, like example, that to take down or to ensure that they can specific, you know, the keyword, so that the will be no illegal product will be appear on the actually the keynote, to reduce the risk actually for the farmers to buying a illegal product or the product that is actually they might not unknown. So this is a few keyword that the exercising that we're also working very closely with the Shopee. And with that, again, we to emphasize, and I think the e-commerce platform having given us actually a lot of the collaboration and support, that such as your know your customer program with the seller identity, they can list down the control, and even then, I think some of the e-commerce platform, they also have started to invest into the AI or smart monitoring to detect whether this is a genuine or it's a fake product. And then there's also the platform responsibility to include the response protocol, such as how soon they can take down, to provide a clear SOP and a workflow so that the industry or manufacturer can put up the complaint when they found that product is being counterfeit on the market. And then there's also will be some geo-fencing of the sales, such as from the location, shipping, and the cross-border blocking. And then between the e-commerce, agrochemical platform, they probably will have some data sharing with the national authority, so that to support the regulators to go further for the investigations and to improve the overall in the market safety. So as a summary of our recommendation for the today, we would like to emphasize that the illicit pesticide has actually created the challenges where we should not allow these illegal operator to have gaining the profit, and then also to trigger down the challenges of the economy to the farmers, and also to trigger the negative impact on our social cultural, that's including the contamination to the environment. So our final recommendations, as I would like to close my presentation today, we will be emphasizing that the e-commerce platform have to ensure that the seller, whenever they are selling the product online, have to have a license to sell for the in-country of use, for the case, for example, for India. And therefore, the other thing is that the e-sellers also have to ensure that they have a license in case that is required for the verification for the regulators, and this licensing also can be uploaded and to be used by the e-commerce platform before allow the sellers to sell online on their platform. And last but not least, we would like to emphasize again that our role is to protect the plant science industry on the farmer health, to ensure the accessibility and the food safety and the food security. We need to ensure that only registered products are available for the online sales. With that, I end my presentation, and then thanks to all for your listening. And just to ensure that this is my closing slide, to say that not just ourselves alone, but there will be various stakeholders can do actually to support on to reduce the illicit trade of the pesticide, from the raising awareness to the know your customers, know your supplier program, and including the collaborators with the national authority. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was Ms. Marie Go, the Associate Director, Stewardship and Stakeholder Partnership of CropLife Asia. And thank you so much for giving us a lot to think about, and for taking us through the global best practices for agrochemical sale on e-commerce platforms. Thank you so much, Ms. Go. Let us move on now, and we will now begin the first technical session of this conference. This is going to be a panel discussion on online sale of crop protection products, opportunities and challenges. I'm sure we're all aware of opportunities, more customers, digitally round the clock, doorstep delivery. But what are the challenges? Low digital skills, concerns about product quality, authenticity, and lack in ensuring compliance with licensing, certification, etc. I would like to invite the panelists who have already started coming, great, and also the session moderator, after which I will also invite the session chair. The session moderator is Mr. Rajveer Rathi, Lead Advocacy and Communication Committee, CropLife India. He's also the Director, Agriculture Affairs and Policy, Bayer Crop Science India. Thank you so much for agreeing to moderate the session. And the session chair is Dr. O.P. Wali, the Head Research and CVO, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, Government of India. And the panelists who are already on stage, Mr. Rajiv Angiras, Co-Lead AIT Committee, CropLife India. Mr. Rohit Raj, Senior Counsel, South Asia at Corteva AgriScience. Mr. Ankit Virmani, Legal Expert. Mr. Rob Stray, Co-Founder and CTO of Plantix Agritech. And we also have Dr. Garima Pandey, Member, Stewardship and AIT Committee, CropLife India. Thank you so much. Can I have a round of applause for this panel? I've not missed any name. Okay, great. So before Mr. Rathi takes over, I would like to request Dr. O.P. Wali to please deliver a special address to start this particular session.
So, dignitaries on dais,
participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, what is it? Good afternoon, huh? Good afternoon, everyone. Honestly, while I was asked to participate in this interesting summit, I was thinking that, I am definitely not a technically, kind of qualified person to talk about crop science and the products which come under that. But yes, e-commerce is something that is closer to my heart. Being an IT professor in Institute of Foreign Trade for last 25 years now, and even before that, I spent time in the corporate. I have been associated with, all kinds of IT projects, and interestingly, most of these projects were pioneer projects, so to say. Just name few is like one project I started was a part of that was Mother Dairy, which is the part of NDDB, National Dairy Development Board. It started in mid-80s. That was the first project that I worked on. And we had to deal with horticulture products, fruits, vegetables. And I don't know how many of you really know that. One of the major strengths and pillars of sustainability of this organization is IT. It worked totally paperless way back in mid-80s I'm talking about, right? Everything paperless at that point of time. And that was the hidden strength of this organization to sustain till date, and it has been going stronger and stronger day and day. I had the opportunity to work on another project in Indira Gandhi National Open University, the first project to launch online education way back in mid-90s. And then there was one of the interesting projects that I would like to talk about is government e-marketplace. I hope a lot of you know about that, which is the public procurement platform of Government of India. This organization was earlier called a DGSND. It was transformed into a totally spin-off, non-profit organization, which is called now Government e-marketplace, famous by the name of, popular by the name of GEM. I happened to be the initial consultant to this Ministry of Commerce, to this particular department while this transformation was happening. Why I'm saying this, why I gave you the narrative of all these cases, trust me, in all these cases, we had a similar situation that we are facing right now. As I heard, the pre-tea session, Dr. Singh, as he was kind of apprehensive about a lot of things, there's an opportunity, but there's a challenge, and there are apprehensions. And I got a short tutorial from Mr. Rajveer Rati also. He told me the complexity of this pesticide business, and it was quite interesting, at the same time scary. We have been dealing with the products, we have been dealing with the services, but this product is definitely so different, and you need to be very careful and tread very carefully. And across all these projects, as I was telling you, there was these apprehensions. Will it really happen? Is it really possible? Will people adapt? Way back, think of 90s. Education, people had a lot of, sarcasm against, adoption of technology, even against the internet. The people who I was working with in that university would have they had no take on technology. They said it is not really going to work. How can it really replace, in fact, face-to-face education? But see now, whole world is actually learning. YouTube, ChatGPT, Coursera, countless. This is how the latest learning is actually happening. I'm telling you, in future is going to really happen in a much bigger way. It's going to replace the existing structures of learning. Again, government e-marketplace, it was a totally offline structure. They used to have rate contracts for public procurement. It used to be a fixed price for a particular period of time. There were 20 to some 30 categories of products which DGSND would deal for public procurement, products which government actually buys from the outside world. Okay. Almost, I think, 4,000 to 6,000 crore of turnover, and no services. Right now, we have more than 1,100 categories or 11,000 categories. I don't know. I don't remember the number. You have 350 service categories. You have lakhs of products. The turnover from 6,000 crores straight to 2 lakh crores tells the story, right? Now you will tell me that, see, farmers are a different kind of a, kind of category. But here you look, who are the audience, who have to adapt? Government departments, people who do the public procurement, right? And they are in different age categories. They're like, it's a similar situation, nobody would like to change. And it is a group buying, nobody would like to take the responsibility, and you're habituated of doing something. And trust me, it was a similar situation, rather much more difficult than the farmers, right? Why I say that? Last 10 years, we have been working closely on various projects where we're trying to really see the adaptability, adaptation of technology by the farmers because of the interest in the technology. A lot of my scholars have been working. We have a recent project which is going on in different, rural areas. And what I really understand is, if you're able to convince this person, farmer, and finds a value on the table, which is good enough, I'm sure and I'm hopeful it is going to really work. That is my experience, because a lot of my peers, lot of my alma mater, I am from Institute of Rural Management, so rural development, rural welfare is again in my DNA. So I have been talking to a lot of people who have been working in different countries, particularly Africa, Asia, and who have been working on similar projects. What experience says is that if you are able to really handle it, understand it, deal it coherently in a kind of well orchestrated ecosystem, it probably works. It may take time, but you may have to do it incrementally, but it is going to really work. It will take time, but it will fructify. So what is on the table, that is important. So what is on the table, I think you had a discussion pre-tea session. There's a lot on the table. Just let me just recap that quickly. What I was able to catch up slightly later, but I understand these must have been the points, that the main target user, the farmer, this guy has now the ability to select the product of his choice, select from a variety of products, can have an efficient, transparent pricing, right? And Dr. Before the chair, before the tea session, gave an interesting idea of the CropLife. If you have several, say, kind of a number of people who have a similar kind of a requirement, you could think of, kind of a bargaining kind of dominance by the buyer group in the supply chain, which is a huge, huge advantage, and which, if realized, is able to really happen, then I think that is a big value for the farmers, right? And that is something that can be achieved through technology, provided it really, is adapted the way we would like it to happen. And I think there is a possibility of, financial inclusion as a spillover effect, market linkages. All this comes alongside when we are talking about somebody buying a product, whether it is a pesticide product, whether it is any other product. The thing is making that guy actually use technology and buy something online. And that is, the challenge. How do you really make it really happen? What I have really learned, as I was telling you, from my experiences, from our research, and from the people who have worked on projects in Uganda, in I think one project in Zambia, one project in Bangladesh. There are a lot of projects which I have heard of, and one in Tanzania, that is, is more kind of effective to use the peer network of people in the countryside, in the rural areas, than actually doing it the way we do it in urban areas. Okay. You would actually deliver a YouTube video or some video on a chat with this thing, WhatsApp, and deliver whatever you want to communicate nowadays, and that is quite common. But same method may not be really effective in, say, a rural context, because you have to understand the social psyche of the place. The farmers would actually listen more to the people, the fellow farmers, the people in their community who they are going to trust more than anybody else. So what has really worked, and what I understand in not all places, but some places, is creating what they call as digital champions, that you actually identify the influencers who are able to really, kind of propagate what you want to propagate and make them realize, the importance of buying products from a platform which you can trust, which you can actually have a better deal in terms of the product quality, price, verified sellers, and probably can guide you, in terms of better crop planning and production and productivity and profitability, etc., etc. Has it really happened in the country that, people have been kind of guided by the digital champions in other areas other than the pesticides? The answer is yes. Trust me, I am from Kashmir. I keep on really talking to my people over there. And I happen to be from a place which is what we call as semi-rural, what is called rural urban, which is a place not really a big township, but not really a purely village, but a lot of people are into the farming activity. I keep on asking them, like, what is happening, because I migrated in 1990, and how are the people around there? How have they progressed? A lot of people tell me that everybody is doing fine. How is that X person? He is doing really well. How are those X, Y people? They are doing fantastic. Now, I kept on asking, like, what is the secret of this whole, progress? Trust me, most of the time I get this answer that people have actually changed their cropping patterns, structures, the kind of plantation they used to. People who used to grow, let us say, paddy would now grow different kind of a fruit. And this fruit is not the native fruit, not the apple, not almonds. It is some fruit which is actually imported. That is what has happened. But what is the secret behind that? Information. They have been helped by a lot of other people who actually have this information and provide them this information that has helped them to really change. Does it happen really overnight? The answer is no. It happened through successful cases. That is what I really learned. That is, it happens incrementally. It happens stage by stage. Once you create successful cases in such context, it is going to spread because people are going to gain trust. And that is the most important factor in a rural context. Gaining trust of the person is the first primary thing where you want to really target them, sell them products, use new devices, use technology. Trust is something that comes in between using a technology and actually adapting it, right? So trust has to be worked on. And how do you really do that? You have to create successful cases. You have to really identify the influencers who can actually spread this. It doesn't happen directly like it happens in the case of a urban place, okay? So in realizing the value that, we have been discussing, there's a lot of value in doing it. There are other things that come in between, okay? So one is this, the things that have been discussed, that there could be people who could be selling, banned products, who are not really registered sellers. And we had a discussion before the tea that there is a problem of logistics also, the transportation. You got to transport some product from, let us say, down south to north of India. It's like really complicated. When, e-commerce promises that, you can get any product, you can have from any seller you want, and you can have at a very better price anywhere, then transportation and logistics in Indian context becomes a kind of a bottleneck. Now, how do you really address that? Okay, so transportation, the trust, the product verification, how do we really do that? And that is, I think, the discussion for today. And what I really learned from Miss Mary Go from the CropLife Asia, it was a good tutorial for me, in fact. What I really learned, that the legal framework is very critical. That has been really kind of effective. In case of China, in case of the countries, the best practice she was talking about, I think that is something to really look at and look very seriously, and that is, I think, the job for the day for you guys today. And of course, these technical sessions should really help in really developing those kind of ideas and insights. And second, what I really learned is that a lot is happening. I was not really so knowledgeable about this particular domain in terms of what is happening in e-commerce. I think there is a lot more happening outside, a lot more happening in other countries. We need to really look at that and fill the gaps. Okay. So, as I said, in Hindi we say it, आशावादी है कि निराशावादी है. मैं तो बहुत ही आशावादी हूँ in all situations. In every project I have worked, I have seen the situation. नहीं होगा, people don't accept, it is not really going to work. And I have seen always it works. Have faith. If you have faith in technology, because technology is information, and wherever there is a value for information, whether it removes asymmetry, whether it empowers you, it is really going to work. But what I am more interested in as an academician, as a researcher, trust me, is not just the product we are talking about. I'm interested in the broader goal. What I'm really expecting is a spillover effect to the other areas of farm activities, rural activities, and that is going to really create a larger welfare if it really works. If it works, then it is going to create a much larger value in the rural side. A larger welfare can happen, right? The point is the decision to buy a crop management product good enough value, influential value to trigger adaptation of technologies among the farmers? That is the larger question. The answer looks like, my conjecture is yes, because I think this is one of the most crucial decisions of any farming community. As I said, being a farmer family guy myself, I understand. One of the most important decisions that any farmer takes in a year is what crop to grow, how to really manage it, what can be a better way of really achieving more productivity. And therefore, my conjecture is that yes, this can be a very interesting catalyst, a trigger to create that spillover, which I want to really see. That is my academic interest, but for you guys, it is the product you are talking about. I think there's a lot of value on the table, and we should be hopeful, and it will work, provided it is planned carefully and properly. And looking at the best practices, I think there are lots around, and looking at the other projects, but only my understanding is we had a professor called Mithleshwar Jha. He was our professor of marketing way back in '88, and he told us one thing, that we normally treat all rural areas uniformly, and that's the biggest mistake we do. You have all types of people, and you have to segment them, and don't target your strategies, marketing strategies, by the way, equally across. It doesn't really work. Their social recognition goals are different, and it is one of the major values that actually is on the table. What you see as a value is that the guy gets product of his choice at competitive price on his doorstep. Probably you may deliver the usage instructions or say how to use it, some video content, local content that would help. But more important than that is, the most important thing that I want to really conclude is the social recognition value in the rural areas is the highest, most effective kind of trait that one should really look at. That is going to really be with their decisions. If their decisions are right, they are recognized as progressive farmers. If they are recognized as progressive farmers, modern farmers, effective farmers, they also want to catch up that space of what you call as the influencer farmers in villages. That is something I have really learned by the way I have really was groomed in the place I was born. And with that, I think there's a lot to really deliberate. More experts are going to really take over henceforth in this particular technical session. So good luck to you, and I hope by the evening you will actually create something that we had kind of agenda set before the tea. Thank you.
Thanks. Am I audible? Yeah, okay. Good afternoon once again, and Dr. Wali, thank you so much for setting up the context. And one thing which I like is that you are ahead of time when you talked about the online or digital. The terminology has been changed, but it's in place for long, and there is a lot more cumulative experiences there. And you had talked about one thing which if you'd like to, before I go to the panelists, if you can talk about the rural adoption and the trust, because you said trust several times, that what is the critical thing to get the trust of the farmer while complying, ensuring that whatever the supply chain, the e-platforms and all these people just do it, like, what is this one critical thing which you have learned it so far in your career working across different sectors? So your quick take on that.
Yeah, it's not really easier to, kind of decode the process of, what you want to communicate and what somebody, understands and believes, right? So important thing is that how clearly you can communicate in the language that person understands, clearly create the contours of your information that goes as such to the person, because what you mean to say and what somebody understands could be totally different. Different people can understand same thing in a different way. And in case of the rural farmers, they are going to, kind of go by the literal sense of what you are actually saying. And whatever you say, they think it can create value. They are going to really, kind of believe it. If there is a slight digression on that, it doesn't really, there's one bad use case. It is going to really kind of destabilize the whole trust. So I think my understanding is that communicate the language that person really understands, right? Communicate the way their culture, their values basically have actually kind of help them to really understand the communication. Because while we were talking to the farmers, while I was in Mother Dairy in Haryana, the way we were talking in Rajasthan, we had to really adapt a different approach of communicating to them, because we were buying a lot of crops from them, like peas, tomatoes, pumpkins, lokis, etc., from different areas. And we had this experience that you have to talk to them because they got to really trust you, because then they will plan according to what are your requirements. If you, kind of have a same strategy, same approach, with all people in a similar way, it doesn't really work, because what a person in, say, Haryana would understand by what you are saying may probably be different what a person in UP would actually understand. It may look really very kind of, stupid, but trust me, it is. We used to send specialists to different areas. Like we used to purchase potatoes from Laul Supede. We'll send specialists there who knew those people, who could talk their language, who could make them understand, so that they can really trust us. And we used to send people, separate people to Rajasthan to buy, say, tomatoes and, say, Loki, Botelgard, etc. Because they knew that area, they could understand those people, they could talk to them in their language, in the way they want to really understand. So my understanding is, I don't know how it is going to really translate into when we are talking about e-commerce communicating to its audience. But thing is, as I said, these are, the entire, rural India and the farmers therein, they have a different approach to what you really communicate, and you have to tailor it and customize it to their kind of understanding.
Thanks, Dr. Walia, for that additional, your emphasis on communication, and it's in the local communication. Moving on to the panel discussion, and if you look at the title, it says online sale of crop protection. What are the opportunities and challenges? So let me go by the guidance which has been given to me in terms of, so let me start with Rajiv. When a farmer buy a product online, right, and if doesn't conform to its label claim, if it fails or a crop damage is there, then who is responsible? I'll come to the word blame later, but who is responsible for that? Is the platform, the seller, the brand? And what could be the potential redressal mechanism to address those grievances? So, Rajiv, over to you.
Thanks very much for this question, Rajveer. I think everything starts with the seller first of all, because if everything has been sold where there are quality issues, essentially a farmer would not know, he would buy any product by the name of a product or maybe brand where he believes in that this would be right for my field. So I would say it would start with seller, and backward it would go to everybody, whether it is brand owner or anybody else within the chain which has enabled that transaction to happen. So if you talk about the redressal, I think we have some systems in place. We have some reporting mechanism in the place. We need to probably graduate from those mechanisms. If I talk about selling any maybe substandard, or where any quality issues are there, or even if it is a spurious or counterfeit product, I think there are some mechanism are there, but we need to elevate ourselves from those mechanism. I think in today's context, I would say that it's a very important sort of event where we are actually decoding what are the challenge areas. Do we have the right redressal mechanism where actually farmer can quickly press those control buttons where he's having those issues and he's able to quickly get those complaints addressed? I think my sense is answer is no. We need to, all of us in the whole ecosystem, whether it is a brand owner, whether it is e-com platforms, or anybody else for that matter, regulatory, government, all of us have to come together and then weave a solution which is, as Dr. Walia was saying, which is very, very farmer friendly, which is communicated to the farmer and probably which is understood by him, and then he is able to use those solutions which are actually meant for him. So that's what my take is.
Thanks, Rajiv, and thanks for covering length and breadth of it. And we know that it's a evolving, sector which is coming up, and more to learn than to practice. And then, of course, it comes by default. What Dr. Wali was also saying, that if you create some best practices, success stories, then automatically the trust factor will come over there. So let me move on this, and this panel is very diverse. Like, we have legal experts, we have administrators, and we have the founders, who are doing it. And okay, so let me move to Rohit, Raj, who is the senior counsel for South Asia, Corteva. And Rohit, is there any mechanism where the platforms can practically avoid or stop the sale of spurious, unapproved, illegal, whatever you call, which are not authorized to sell it over there? And how does this QR code, the other digital traceability will definitely help, just to ensure that the farmer, whatever he's ordering, is conforming or it's a genuine product? So how these things can work as per you? What do you think?
Thanks. So the Indian CP market is presently around $1.2 billion, and it is supposed to double in the next 10 years to approximately $1.3 billion by 2035. There are also reports in the market that say that approximately 20% of offline crop protection products are not genuine. Now, even if we take that number to be the correct number for discussion purposes, that puts an onus on the online players, and it indicates that the norms that we have been following for the offline retail cannot be replicated for online sales. Now, as a counsel for a company that deals with crop protection product, I get repeated notifications from my sales and marketing teams that products are listed in an unauthorized manner on e-commerce platforms, on the websites of B2B players. Now, the issues are not very hard to identify or to address. QR code, as has been mandated by the government, has been implemented by most of the manufacturers. And by scanning these QR codes, the authenticity of the products can be tested. Now, the onus is also on the online marketplaces, the platforms, and the B2B sellers to ensure that while onboarding a particular seller on its platform, it is doing a basic level of due diligence. The necessary checks that have been mandated under the Act and the rules have been complied with. They ensure that the digital traceability is there, product authentication steps are being taken care of, and in case of audit, it leaves a definitive trail. So these are the things that have been implemented by the manufacturer, but also need to be ensured that they are being taken care of by the online platforms as well, whenever a seller is selling those products from its platform.
Thanks, Rohit. Just moving forward, so let me come back to Rob, who is the co-founder and CTO of Plantex Agri Tech, Rob. So, Rob, can you just share what the current process of verifying online the seller license and the product registrations on the e-commerce platform? And so far in your experience, what are different gaps? Of course, the opportunities and success stories you can share, which is always helpful. But I think if you look at the whole idea of today is just to identify those gaps and just to collectively how we can address it over there. So.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me. And we joined together with Ravi Shankar ONDC at about half a year ago. We partnered with Dihad, probably most of you know, right? I mean, like, it's one of the biggest agricultural startups in India, because Plantex itself doesn't have warehouses. We do not sell anything directly. We just like teamed up with providers and also My Store. And I mean, all of this is quite a success in this very moment, but I very much agree that there are challenges. And these challenges are, on the one hand, that the catalog itself is owned by the seller and not by the producer, which means that potentially a bad seller could list a fungicide as an insecticide and then fool the farmers downstream. So even if the product is genuine, right, it might be produced by a well-known company, the seller would have the possibility to still list it for crops that are not the right ones in this very moment, right? And that's a big problem for a farmer, because, like, they could then scan the QR code, and the QR code says, yes, it's a genuine product, but somebody's recommending a herbicide to be applied as an insecticide, and that will cause a lot of damage in here. So my point would be that we need to have some kind of verification about the catalog in e-commerce, that needs to be verified as well, so that if we have a herbicide, it needs to be labeled as a herbicide. If a certain product is not, let's say, to be applied on crops that we can eat, but just you can use for cotton, for instance, then that needs to be labeled correctly. Also, we need to think about mechanisms how we can have a good ranking of these sellers and the products, because in a lot of cases, the cheapest product will not be the best product for the farmer. We really try to offer products at a competitive price, but if you have a low quality product and the farmer will buy it, it is shipped to the farmer and it is not working, then he actually spends double, right? So he is not saving money, he is wasting money in this very moment. And coming back to what you said, you just destroy the trust that you're having in these e-commerce platforms. And I think not only in this country, but probably almost globally, farmers are the ones that are most often fooled, right? I mean, there's somebody selling them something just to get their sales target, but not in really looking at the benefits of the farmer, right? So these people have a very low level of trust anyhow, because there's always somebody that would like to sell them something, regardless if they really need it. So now, what is e-commerce doing now? Are we amplifying this? Are we just selling them more stuff that they do not need and promoting more stuff that actually will not improve anything? Or are we doing this in a better way? For us, as a buyer application, it's not always easy, because on the one hand, we would love to accept a lot of sellers on the platform, right? Because we would like to democratize this. New people coming, and we would love to accept them. But also, how are we supposed to trust somebody? There might be a seller in a certain district where we would not have any kind of visibility about what he is doing in the past. And I think one thing that we discussed also with ONDC is that we need to have some kind of ranking for the sellers. So a buyer application should be able to actually say afterwards, I will not work together with the seller anymore, because on the one hand, he had counterfeit products, or he listed products that are not suitable, or the delivery took, 3 weeks in this very moment, right? Or he, the packaging was poor. I think major players out there, if you would look at the Amazons of these worlds, would have a pretty good way of actually working with ratings for the seller themselves, not only the product, And I think like, the e-commerce platform that we're looking here should have this as well. So, we have like this constant conflict. On the one hand, okay, we can work together with DHAT, we trust DHAT very much, they're doing an excellent job, but, it should not be just a one-on-one way in here. We would love to accept smaller startups also to be sellers in here, but it's very hard for us to actually judge if they are shipping. And it is a bad thing for like first trusting somebody and then realizing, man, that they've been really fooling farmers and then removing them afterwards, right? It would be much better if we have a proactive way of like doing some kind of due diligence with these sellers in an efficient way so that we could like, add a lot of sellers to the platform. Furthermore, I think for a lot of these products, it is important that we really define the use case for the farmer, right? So I'm not sure like how many products we would have in India that are registered, but we're probably talking about like lakhs of them. I mean like, I mean like in brands, I mean like if you look at it, right, it is so many. I mean, it can be so confusing. I mean, who is supposed to understand all of this? I mean, we probably would have like 10,000 brands out there. I mean, like just if you look at fipronil, I'm not sure how many different brands we would have. I would guesstimate that it's going to be more than 500. If you would look at human medicine, nobody would understand this, honestly. I mean, like no one. If you would like go into a pharmacy and then, like you are overwhelmed with all of this. So you would have a doctor that would actually give you a prescription that you need ibuprofen, and then you say, okay, this is 500 milligram of ibuprofen, and regardless who is producing all of this, because there's some kind of mechanisms in here that guarantees the quality. I'm not seeing this for agricultural products in this very moment. So for me, I studied agriculture, I studied botany. Even for me, it is enormously hard to understand the combination of like, which kind of product is supposed to be applied to what kind of crop damage problem. In here, we are following the guidance by the Indian Ministry of Agriculture. So a farmer would snap an image, and then we would say, okay, that's Alternaria on cotton, and then we would say, like, okay, we look up what is the recommendation for Alternaria on cotton, and then we are brand agnostic, right? Like whatever brand is coming in here, if it is high quality, we would just like list all of them. But this is not always the case if a farmer is just looking at a catalog. I mean, then there's going to be catalogs of thousands of different products, right? I mean, like, what are we doing? Confusing farmers or really trying to help them? We do not want to promote like a single brand out there and like putting, one company above another. But we would also help a farmer to really pick products that are suitable for the problems that they are facing. And here we would need to have some mechanisms to actually filter and sort this in a way that is clear, not discriminatory, open for young startups to come. And I see, like, I'm hopeful. I would think that like these problems are solvable. I would think that like if we come together in, let's say, 2 or 3 years, this share of e-commerce for farmers will grow substantially. I would assume that at the moment it is like less than 1% probably of the total market of 1.5 billion that is sold online. I mean, probably we're going to be like at 10% in like 5 years down the line. But if we would like to achieve 10%, then we should like really deliver high quality recommendations and services to these farmers, because they've been fooled a lot of times, and like we now like going into the e-commerce should not be the next generation of fooling these farmers, but producing high quality advice, fast shipping, genuine products, and good recommendations how to use these products also afterwards, right? So like the treatment here is important. It doesn't end with the point where you actually ship a product to a farmer. He would also need a hand-holding how to utilize this. Coming back to human medicine, I mean, like, it would be useless to buy a medicine if the doctor would not tell you that you should like take 1 pill in the morning and 1 pill in the evening, right? I mean, like, how much damage can be done by taking 10 pills in the morning and none in the evening? But if we look at crop protection, this kind of guidance is not there, at least not all the time. And I think like there's really something that we as like the CropLife organization should work on, because the farmers deserve that we deliver high quality on all of these domains that I've been listing.
Thanks, Rob, and you have touched upon several aspects, and definitely we as a CropLife India expect that if you can maybe later put it down what exactly is being needed when it comes to self-regulation, information, and the other guidance like over there. But just a few remarks, picking up on 2 points. Someone can misguide the farmer, but I don't think anyone on the earth has a capability to fool him. That's a harsh reality. Sometimes he's misguided, but it's difficult to fool him because he's the man who understands better than us everything on the ground because he's present over there. The second part, which I was discussing with Dr. Wali, that the best thing with the pesticide is it is being tested from all three angles, 3 times the pharma products. It's from the environmental safety, it's from the non-target organisms, and I was sharing with Dr. Wali saying that, look, it's the pesticide which is the most comprehensively tested product before it's being released into the market. It's in the aquatic, it's in soil, it's in avian species, and also, you know, indirectly on the human when it comes to long-term toxicity when it comes over there. Then only it's being offered after regulatory scrutiny to the farmers. The problem is not with the product per se if it is being used per label, like, you know. It only comes when you mishandle it. It only creates trouble when you transport along with the food items or the feed items, like, you know. The problem only comes that if it is not being properly stored in the right temperature, whether the bursting happens, leakage happens, and so on and so forth. Okay, now moving on, we know that this sector is evolving, and we all need a lot of things which needs to be done. Either, as I said, is a self-governance, what you need to disclose in terms of from where you are getting, how much, at what price you are selling, and what are the different techno-legal or regulatory legal aspects are being required. So let me move on to the next legal expert, Ankit Virmani. He's the honor for Virmani and Virmani. So Ankit, can you just help us that how these platforms can strictly enforce the pesticides regulations and on the platform without compromising the ease or making it more complex for the buyer, in this case is the farmer, or making it too slow?
Thank you, Rajveer. It was actually very interesting to hear the other speakers bring out the cautions that one needs to have, you know, when selling through e-commerce to ensure that the trust remains. As far as the regulation in India is concerned, first I have to say that the regulation, according to me, is inadequate. It gives inadequate guidance to the e-commerce platform as to what exactly the e-commerce platform needs to do. So that leads to a lot of grays, that leads to a lot of uncertainty, and that leads to e-commerce platform. And because e-commerce platforms are relatively new to this world, and they're not as well informed about the regulatory process for dealing with substances such as insecticides and pesticides, it is difficult for them to grasp the magnitude of what could happen if, say, there was some problem in storage, or if there is a counterfeit, which is because you have lakhs and lakhs of listings on your platform, what can happen if there's a counterfeit of this product, how it can impact a farmer, etc. So they are coming to grips with it, they are engaging with the industry, but I think the regulation itself needs to catch up. What I'll first say is the current regulation, specific to insecticides. So we have the Insecticides Act, under which there are insecticides rules. Under the rules, there is a requirement for every seller to take a license. Without a license, there can be no sale. And what happens is that manufacturers or importers, they're known as principals, they really regulate the downstream market. It's a very regulated market for good reason. What happens, every manufacturer and importer actually has to go visit every warehouse of every dealer, every distributor, make sure it is adequate for storing the particular product. Then what they do is they will give a principal certificate to that dealer, to the seller. So that principal certificate is given after examining the warehouse, etc. The principal certificate will say, look, you will procure this particular product from this particular distributor or directly from me. It will give the route to market also. It also says, look, in this principal certificate, you will only sell in these areas. So it is regulated to that extent. So it is not as if a dealer can start selling a product just by holding some omnibus license. There is before you get a license, you get a principal certificate. You use that principal certificate as the dealer to go and obtain a license. The license that you get is product specific. So it will have, your license always has a schedule which has endorsements of the various products. So just because someone has a license does not give them a license to sell just about anything. The license is for specific products, and those products are mentioned in typically in an annexure to that license. So there is all this robust mechanism, and which is already there in place as far as the route to market is concerned. However, when it comes to sellers putting all of this out on an e-commerce platform, there is a gap. Because the regulation does not say what exactly an e-commerce platform needs to do, besides a very vague, one specific regulation which is now there, which says that at the time of empanelment of a seller, a marketplace has to verify that that seller has a license. Now it doesn't specify that the marketplace has to check what are the products in that license, whether there are principal certificates also for that. Also, there is no ongoing check and balance mechanism, at least in the regulation. It doesn't say that, look, at the time of onboarding, these are the documents that you need. Had the regulation specified, and I think the regulation should specify, Dr. Singh was saying that, there should be, in the new forthcoming law, we should suggest a broad provision in the PMB under which rules can be laid down. And I think there can be specific rules laid down as to what an e-commerce platform needs to see when they're onboarding a seller. What an e-commerce platform needs to do when they're allowing a listing. And this can all be automated through algorithms. There is no rocket science in it. It's just a question of making sure that they are fully aware as to what all they need to see. And also there should be some consequence, some accountability if the e-commerce platform is not doing what it's supposed to do. So for example, if the principal certificate is for a certain product, but you're allowing another product to be sold by that seller. So that seller holds a license, but for product A, but the platform is allowing listing of product B. That leads to a problem. And because of the anonymity in that situation, because usually insecticides are sold across a counter in a shop where the farmer goes. But here there is anonymity. So you have counterfeits creep in, you have people who have license for one thing but selling something else, which it will be very difficult for the platform to on its own manage unless it knows what all it needs to verify. So that needs to be there in the regulation. There is a very robust mechanism which, although despite that there is still counterfeiting, there are still issues, but that robustness of the mechanism which is there conventionally has to trickle down into this e-commerce as well, especially for marketplaces to know what they need to do. So this is a regulatory gap, I think, which needs to be fulfilled, although there is some regulation, but inadequate. There's one more point which Bob made, is how does a farmer know what the product is to be used for? So we have something known as e-commerce rules under the Consumer Protection Act, which says that when you are putting out a listing, what sort of information the marketplace has to ensure that the listing has a certain information there. But unfortunately, those rules are not specific to insecticides. They're general for any product that is put on an e-commerce platform. So in the insecticide regulation, I think there needs to be also a basic requirement that your labels and leaflets should be put along with the listing. So any farmer should be able to click and get the label and leaflet. It's as simple. It's already there. The label leaflet gives you what is the approved use, the dosage, when you need to do it. All that information is available. So that's probably another requirement that can easily be built into the log, and no rocket science here. It's just that the regulation needs to probably catch up, and there needs to be sensitization of the e-commerce platforms. There are, of course, other issues about certain inventory-based platforms where people themselves are selling their products, not marketplaces. But those issues are, I think, to be for another time.
Thanks, Ankit. Definitely we'll keep some time for Q&A. I think that's also essentially important. But I have a general question, similar general question to all the panelists, and please be specific, because here we are looking for something to be recommended, which is reasonable, doable, and acceptable by the regulatory person who is adopting it, without compromising the interest and the other considerations of every player in this over there. So the general question is, and I can start with, I can request Rajiv, that what confidence signals does a farmer need on app? Does it a brand? Does it a leaflet? Does it a video? So that farmer at least have some sense that, okay, what he's paying for a genuine product. Because since the session is on online sale. So just quick, one or two very specific, Rajiv.
So thanks, Rajveer. So I would say that this responsibility has to be taken by the brands. Probably every brand in the age of digitization, every brand has launched its own application, digital application, to safeguard the interest of the farmer. I would also, take a quick reference from what was mentioning that how do we educate the farmers. So if I talk about our specific organization, we have for the convenience and ease of farmers' understanding, we are giving complete agri advisory also, what Rob was saying, that what if somebody is selling herbicide in place of insecticides, and because crop losses of actually farmer. So we are taking that responsibility, and so many other brands are also taking that responsibility, so that farmer is digitally hand-holded from end to end, where he is going to buy a product, authenticate a product, understand the advisory piece of it, label, everything is being put on the app itself. So we are trying to, handhold farmer in that way. That's what we are doing, and if it is done collectively also for the whole industry, we would always welcome it. Thanks.
Thanks, Rajiv. It's not working. Okay. Hello. Take this in persons, please.
Yeah, I think very much with what you said. So we as a platform that is selling to farmers but not producing ourselves, right? We would love to have like all of these regulatory where we say, like, okay, any seller that is out there that we like as a marketplace give to our farmers, like we would have a leaflet, we would have all of the information about the product, and we have somebody that is actually vouching for all of this, because exactly this happens, right? So like normally when we sell something, we are not selling it directly from the producer, because the producer sits, let's say, in Mumbai, and the farmer would sit in Bihar, so like we would like then partner with somebody, like with the distributor of those that sits in Bihar, and we would need to have some control in here. So like we do not have access to these principal certificates and everything else that is attached with it, right? So it's very hard for us to actually know, like, if this is a genuine dealer of, let's say, Danuka products or Crystal products. Like, how should we know, right? I mean, like, the only thing that we would know is that this guy is selling these products. So, we can now trust that this is an honest guy, but like we would not know if like he really has the authority to sell these kind of products. And I think like in here, this is something where we would really ask the regulatory to like give us a possibility to like check all of this, so that we only work together with distributors in these states that are that have a certificate from the producer.
Thanks, Rob. I think it's a great insight to have the right information. Ankit, over to you. Quick.
Yeah. One thing which is very important, while I think the entire talk has centered around the idea of trust, where we're trying to build trust maybe between the seller and the farmer, or the farmer and the manufacturer, but the core idea is trust. Now, how do we do that? It is not just one step that will take us towards it, but yes, all the stakeholders have to be involved in it. And one thing which is very important is, yes, when you talk about the listings, like Rob also said that, yes, the listings are coming from the seller side. It is not coming from the manufacturer side. So we have to understand that while the industry is facing some issues, at the same time, it is the platforms also that are facing some issues due to the unavailability of the information. And again, which results in the problem that we are discussing here today. So it has to be small efforts from all the sides, and that probably is going to instill that trust maybe among the sellers, among the industry members, and also among the farmers.
Thanks, Garima. Anything, Rohit or Ankit, from you on this?
Rajveer, so trust and communication are two of the most key points that we see emerging here. In terms of communication, the label and the leaflet guidelines that are provided with all the CP products can also be translated by the e-commerce players and can be put up for display for the buyers. Also, adding on to Ankit's point, the principal certificate, which is a very important document, also mandates the geographical area within which a product needs to be sold. So if that is ensured, and that can be ensured by PIN code restrictions, and there are a lot of companies that have already implemented that, and I'm talking about the online e-commerce marketplaces as well as the individual players. So they have implemented the PIN code related restrictions, which ensures that the PC obligations are taken care of. And it means that a product that is meant to be sold only in Punjab and the Haryana region is not sold in Kerala. So these are the obligations that are on the online marketplaces, and that they should take steps by way of introduction of algorithms or other ML methods, and they should ensure that this is done at the earliest.
Thanks, Rohit.
Yeah, thanks. Quick, I would take some cue from Ankit, basically. So as Ankit mentioned, we need to create some entry barriers for the bad actors, basically. Look, when all e-com platforms, I know for their commercial, objectives, they would want to bring as many as people they can bring onto their platform. And we see some sort of gap in terms of having right due diligence or scrutiny of the people who are going on to these platforms. We would welcome as many as people registered on these platforms, but let's discourage and let's make it very tough for the ones who are just, giving the details or maybe documents which are not in conformity with the regulation, who do not have principal certificates, who do not have license with them, and they are still getting registered. And in any case, if they are thrown out, they are getting themselves registered on some other platforms. All invitation to the e-commerce platform from the industry, from the whole CP industry would be that, let's collaborate in such a manner, even if there are wrong listings, we should be able to bring them down with a fire speed. At times it is taking weeks. Rohit would agree, probably others would also agree who are actually dealing with such kind of cases, that for us it is taking weeks and months to bring down somebody who is selling spurious product or who is selling substandard product. So there needs to be a good connect between brand owners and e-com platforms also. And e-com platforms have to be very, very receptive, because no brand would want to be misrepresented. I know e-com platforms would also want to sell genuine stuff always, but yes, there is a gap. There is a gap in terms of bringing people onto these platforms. So that would be expectation from all of us and from the industry, from the CLI, from this event. Thanks.
Thanks, Rajiv. And I think you had given a few pointers for the next technical session post-lunch, so probably the other panelists will cover. Now, let's open for the Q&A. My request would be very specific question after you identify yourself, and the question is to whom wants people sitting on the panel. So. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Myself, Sunil, I'm from Plantex. My question is, Sunil from Plantex. My question is to all the industry actually, but maybe right now directed to Rohit. We keep on talking about a lot of issues related to compliance and the PCs and the licenses, etc., right? So PCs are actually issued by the manufacturers, but license is issued by the local authorities. So as a manufacturer, can they share the PC information with the e-commerce place digitally, so that whenever there is an update, we know that there is a change. Somebody is allowed to sell a product only in 2 cities or 3 cities, or they are allowed to sell 20 products all over. So if there is a digital trail, then we can easily enable this. So my question is probably to the industry and maybe directed to you for now.
Very well, and thank you for that. In fact, that's exactly what we are looking at. We want in the due diligence checklist for all the e-commerce platforms and the online players, we want PC to be incorporated as a first step check, which would take care of, I would say, majority of the problems. Because the PC mandates what products can be sold, where it has to be purchased from, what are the areas in which it has to be sold. Other than that, and this is what we want to control. We don't want, a farmer being misguided by any other claims that are there. And we want the genuine product to reach the concerned farmer. And that's where, if only the PC is properly audited and is taken care of during the due diligence stage by the online marketplaces, this would take care of the majority of the problems.
I would just like to add to what he has said. See, actually, this is where the gap has been always. While the e-commerce platforms have been continuously dealing with the sellers, at the same time, they have not back validated or tested things with the manufacturers that this is the seller on my platform and he is selling this product. Do you actually verify this? So I think that communication also has to increase a lot, where the e-commerce platforms also are talking back to the industry, I mean directly to the manufacturers and saying that these are the products and these are the sellers. How do you verify those? I think that talk somewhere has been missing, which we should be starting now.
Thanks, Rohit. Thanks, Garima. Yes, Sunil, please.
Again, my name is Sunil Kumar and I represent Synergy Technofin Agri Business Advisory Company. We were working on a project earlier creating loyalty programs for input companies, and when we were talking to many people, we got to know the labeling earlier back in 2015-16, it was at the bulk package, not at the retail package. But now the new insecticide labeling rule makes it to be on individual retail packets. But when we see traceability, it's like if farmer is buying, he can kind of scan the QR code and can see who is manufacturing. But then the traceability is how the product is traveling. So is there any mechanism where input companies are putting up like, the product has moved from industry to this warehouse, to this retailer, and then it is going to the farmer? I think the technology, again, can solve the challenges that we are facing, specifically in case of e-commerce. If that movement is tracked, many things.
Thanks, Sunil. So maybe I can request Rajiv to respond.
Thanks, Sunil, for this question. Actually, we are all evolving, I would say. We as a company, or maybe many companies from the agro industry, have already, working on the projects basically where we are trying to give that visibility to the most important person, which is farmer. So we want to tell the farmer a complete trail where it is manufactured, where it was sold, and how it is lending to him whenever he is buying any product. So yes, we are already on. I can at least vouch for my organization that we should be done with this project in next 12 to 18 months. We have already done for part of the portfolio, but yes, it's a right expectation from the brand owners basically, and we all need to go in that direction. Thanks, Sunil.
Thanks, Rajiv. Just last question.
If I may add on to that. So, very well question. I think that can be decided into two main components. Your one part deals with the QR codes that takes care of the genuinity, and the other component where you want it a certain QR code to do the back tracing and to ensure that it leaves some sort of digital trail. So that's something that Kotva as a company has already implemented. We call it the track and trace. And the moment the product leaves your manufacturing site to the distributor's warehouse, to the retailers, so there are essentially two QR codes that are there on the packaging. One that only tells you whether the product is genuine or not. And the second QR code takes care of the track and trace, leaves a complete digital trail till the time it goes to the farmer's hand.
Thanks, Rohit. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, this is Gitika from Bharat Certis. I have a question to Rob. Correct me if I'm wrong. From whatever conversation we are having, I have this understanding that more sellers are, coming to your platform rather than manufacturers or the companies. So why do you think, where is this resistance, coming? Why companies or manufacturers are not directly interested? Because if, all the products are directly listed from the manufacturers, I think most of the problems will be solved here.
I mean, basically, this is a question to the industry, right? Because like I do not know, but like if I would guesstimate around it here, I think if you look at the crop protection industry in the moment, they would do something like 99.5% of all of their sales with their channel partners. And they do not want to hurt their channel partners. Hence, they are reluctant to say like, hey, I will now list my products directly on the platform, but much rather, recommend that they have a certain distributor or wholesaler in a specific regions to work together with us. Another issue that comes in here is logistics. So a producer may produce in Tamil Nadu, but like the product is sold in Rajasthan. That would be unacceptable for a farmer, right? Because the delivery time would be, I don't know, 2 weeks or something like this. We realize, and working together with farmers, that let's say 3 to 5 days is something that is acceptable for most farmers to get a product. But in here, this also then means that we would need to have some kind of logistic hub that is not further away than, let's say, 100 kilometers from the farmers in this very moment. That being said, we would be very open to work together with more producers directly in here. So like if anybody in the audience would like to sell their products directly through Plantex, we'd be very open and do this in a, trustworthy way, like, to actually serving the farmers.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. So with this, we come to the conclusion. We know that we have a few more rightful rituals. So can I have the flower pots like that? Okay. Flowers to him.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ratti. There was one formality which we didn't do earlier because we started late, but the moderator brought things back on time. And I request Mr. Ratti to please present planters to the session chair and the panelists. To Mr. Rob Stray, co-founder and CTO of Plantex Agritech. To Mr. Rajiv Angiras, co-lead AIT committee, CropLife India. To Mr. Ankit Veermani. To Mr. Rohit Raj, senior counsel at Corteva AgriScience. And to Dr. Garima Pandey, member, Stewardship and AIT Committee, CropLife India. And now I request Dr. Pandey to please propose the vote of thanks for this panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to propose a vote of thanks here for this panel discussion. And I want to thank our panelists for such a brutal honesty that they have presented in their comments here. And often the discussions actually gloss over the reality, but we are trying to address the elephant in the room here, which is actually very, very important. And while what we discussed, as we say, I think I've said earlier also that the entire idea, if you see, centers around the word called trust. Be it the trust of the farmers on the platforms, be it the trust of the manufacturers on the platforms, be it also the trust of the e-commerce platforms on either of the two. And again, as Dr. Wali has very clearly said, that IT infrastructure actually plays a very, very important role here. Even when you talk about anything that, Rajveer ji was saying about creating the entry barriers, or you talk about the PIN code, restriction, or you talk about the geotagging, IT infrastructure, I think, is going to play a very, very, very important role. And then the third part is, the counterfeit product selling, actually, that is what we are talking about. And the responsibility is starting by the seller, but at the same time backtracking. Every stakeholder is responsible one way or the other. If we don't have the regulations for it, again, we have to put those regulations in place. It is very important. And again, what Rob said, it could not be missed that catalog is actually put up by the seller. So what role does the producer companies, the manufacturing companies have in that listing or the catalog that we are seeing? I think a lot of very good points that have been brought up here, and regulation is currently, inadequate. That is what has been told by our legal experts here. So that is something very, very important, and all these things have to be brought together so that we reach a consensus and think about creating platforms and an ecosystem which is empowering each other, the industry, the e-commerce platforms, and as well as the farmers. So we have to look forward to creating that ecosystem. Thank you everyone for a wonderful discussion here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, and may I now request Ms. Neetu Kapasi to please present mementos to the session chair, to the moderator, and the panelists. A memento to Dr. Wali, Research Head and CVO, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, the session chair. To the moderator, Mr. Rajveer Rathi. To Mr. Rajiv Angiras. To Mr. Rob Stray. To Mr. Ankit Veermani. To Mr. Rohit Raj. And to Dr. Garima Pandey. Let us huddle for a group photograph, please. And then we shall break for lunch. Can I have a round of applause, please, for this, as Dr. Pandey said, very frank discussion. Thank you so much. We will break for lunch and come back in 45 minutes. Thank you so much. on e-commerce platforms, opportunities, challenges, and the way forward. I hope you are all fueled up. Our moderator, of course, huge responsibility, the post-lunch session, but we have the next technical session for the day. It is a panel discussion on way forward. We just discussed opportunities and challenges, and now we will talk about the way forward, strengthening regulatory frameworks, ensuring compliances, and building farmer trust. The various rules and acts, such as the Consumer Protection Rules 2020, Insecticide Rules, Insecticides Act of 1968 and 71, relevant IT acts, etc., regularize the sale of CPP on e-commerce platforms. There is a need to develop a harmonized ecosystem to increase the online sale of genuine products through e-commerce platforms. This session will focus on ways to explore ways to strengthen the existing system and ensure compliances to supply of quality crop protection products to the farmers. I would like to first invite the session moderator on the stage. After that, I will invite the session chair and the panelists. The session moderator is Ms. Neetu Kapasi. She's the director of CropLife India, and she's going to be moderating this session. Can I have a round of applause for her, please? May I please invite on stage the session chair, Dr. K.L. Gurjar, Joint Director, CIB&RC, Government of India. Can I have a round of applause? And our panelists, one by one, Ms. Sanjoli Bhatt, Lead AIT Committee, CropLife India, Mr. Ashish Kothari, CP Industry Legal Expert, Mr. Sameer Allavadi, MD, Utkarsh Agrochem Private Limited, and Mr. Hitesh Kumar Goswami, founder, Agri. I would also like to call upon stage Mr. Girish Ahuja, Member Stewardship and AIT Committee, CropLife India. Can I have a round of applause, please, for this wonderful panel? I would now like to request our moderator to welcome the session chair and the panelists with planters before I invite the session chair for a special address. Planter to Dr. K.L. Gurjar, Joint Director, CIB&RC, Government of India. To our panelists, Ms. Sanjoli Bhatt, AIT Committee Lead, CropLife India. To Mr. Ashish Kothari, CP Industry Legal Expert. To Mr. Sameer Allavadi, MD, Utkarsh Agrochem Private Limited. And to Mr. Hitesh Kumar Goswami, founder, Agri. May I now invite Dr. K.L. Gurjar, Joint Director, CIB&RC, to please give us a special address, followed by which the moderator can take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Good afternoon to all of you in these sessions. It is my honor to chair these crucial sessions on way forward for agriculture sector. Use of the sale of plant protection products through e-commerce platform, and the strengthening regulatory framework, ensure compliance and building farmer trust. And this e-commerce, this building retaining farmers trust, several rules, and such as Consumer Protections E-commerce Rules 2020, and our Insecticide Act 1968 and Rules 1971. That help regulate the online sale of the crop protection products on e-commerce platforms. All the stakeholders involved in the online sale of agrochemicals must follow necessary rules and regulations. We need to create a unified system that boosts the online sale of the genuine products through this e-commerce. And in these sessions, we will look for way to strengthen the current system and ensure the farmers receive high quality crop production products and to delve deeper into these crucial areas. And we have a distinguished panel of experts with us. And today, to share insight the strengthening regulatory framework, strategies for improving the compliances and building trust through the farmers-centered policies. Let us keep our discussion focused on practical, sustainable solutions that empowers everyone. Our goal today is to connect regulatory needs with the real-world experience of our farmers. So when we talk about our Insecticide Act, this Rules 10E enables the sale of the insecticide through e-commerce platform. And in this, the labeling and packagings, there are important that products sold online must adhere to the same stringent labeling, Hindi and English, clear warning, and packaging requirement, and as physical sales as per the Act. And information disclosure requires necessary details including the registration numbers, warnings, and information for sale, use, enforcement. And this rule 10E brings the online market for the insecticides under the safety umbrella of the Insecticide Act 1968, ensuring the digital sales are as secure as traditional one. And when we talk about the challenges of this through sale of this plant protection product through the e-commerce platform, a number of challenges are there, like our counterfeit products, and these key challenges are regulatory gaps, and seller and buyer verifications, logistic and cold chain, farmers' digital literacy, consumer trust and misinformations, and platform responsibilities. And so the government and industry response is also there in this through this online e-commerce, through the sale of through e-commerce. And e-commerce promises broader reach, significant digital and regulatory gaps that allow illegal activities, and putting farmers at risk and requiring robust new oversight. So thank you very much for inviting me at this session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It sets the tone for what we will deliberate and discuss for the next 1 hour. I will just pick up from where sir left, emphasizing how important it is for all e-commerce online players to adhere to compliances to ensure that the safe products reach the farmers in the right places. But before I start, it's also a little bit after lunch session, so we don't want your energy to go down with the food. And of course, this is not one-sided panel discussion. We want it to be engaging. So anyone from the audience who wants to share what is that 1 or 2 key topics you would like us to take up in the next 1 hour, please raise your hand and the mic will reach you. Any challenge you sit at, any clarity you need, or anything which is confusing to you. Yeah, please.
Hi, this is Reza Jivani, and I serve on the board of a Japanese company called Mizushi India Private Limited. We also have a family business. We are India's largest manufacturing group for granulated biostimulants called Vikas Crop Care. What I wanted to understand is, pricing discipline and pricing uniformity is very important when it comes to agri input. And how e-commerce platforms or e-commerce sellers are going to maintain that, or what effort can be placed so that pricing discipline is there in the market. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah.
My name is Rajat Srivastav. I am from General Crop Science Private Limited.
we have to look into the last mile delivery of the products also, because since pesticides are inherently toxic, so therefore we have to consider the issues related to leakages during the delivery, and as well as when the products are not conforming, then how they will be taken back from the end user. These things are very important to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so we have good topics. One is pricing, one is last mile delivery, and then we have a very distinguished, diverse panel. Let's start with, I think, what we aim to do in the next few minutes or hour is, let's openly talk about challenges from the company point of view, from a seller point of view. Also talk about some ambiguous, confusing areas, because not everything is black and white clearly. While Sir mentioned that there are e-commerce guidelines, but are they explicit enough that everyone has a very clear framework to follow? I think that is somewhere in between the cracks falling. And also let's try through this dialogue to bring a clarity on what can we all do collectively rather than pinpointing that this is your problem and not my problem. Let's look at a solution. But before I could start, I would like to maybe point towards Hitesh Bhai, because he's a platform owner. And one of the questions I was talking to him during lunch while we were warming up for this session was, what are your challenges as a seller, right? And he really pointed around that there is lack of clarity on the laws. So let's start with the lack of clarity, and then anyone who sits around the panel with a solution or a question, please feel free. So Hitesh Bhai, over to you. What are the lack of clarity around the laws when a seller is coming to you saying, put my product on your channel? What is that you face as a...
Thank you, madam. There are many challenges. Let's talk one or two here. First of all, central government have given permission for e-commerce, pesticide e-commerce. State, we are onboarding the sellers who have a selling license. Even though some of the states, they do not understand and they directly selling a notice and they are telling you cannot sell in our state. That is the biggest challenge, and for that challenge we have to go to court and we have to spend. As a startup, big company can afford this, but as a startup, company cannot afford this and they have to shut their door. That is the big challenge. Laws is very clear, regulators are very clear, but जो follow up करना है, जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को, वहाँ के जो ऑफिसर्स है, उनको कहीं ना कहीं कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, उनकी वजह से वो पूरा शट कर देते हैं. That is the biggest challenge.
Ashish, would you like to counter that or bring some perspective so that we can grow the problem and then come to the solution?
Sure. So see, this was discussed in the previous panel as well, that the laws are not very clear on the subject matter because it's a very new thing, new phenomena, where agrochemicals have started selling online. And now these online platforms are actually mushrooming, and there are more than maybe 100 platforms already in existence. So obviously need of the hour is to create a regulatory regime which takes care of interest of everybody. So yes, there is definitely a lacuna in terms of a clear path or the clear requirement for a e-commerce platform as to what they should check before onboarding anybody selling on their platform. Of course, that needs to be done, and of course, that has been discussed in by the previous panel as well. And CLI maybe can take the initiative and take it to the government to put some clarity and give perspective to that. When it comes to interpretation of those provisions, as Sir said, that Rule 10E has come, but there is a lack of understanding of the provisions at the state level, which is definitely an aspect because the state level mostly are, completely engaged in their own licensing regime. In fact, I have, with experience, I can say in many states, they have different regimes itself. Some people are also asking for selling permission. Some people are asking for some affidavits which are not even mentioned in the act or the rules. So they are only interested in, enforcing their own unique, procedures which they have formulated over the period of years. So definitely uniformity needs to be, inculcated among the state. The state officers also needs to undergo certain trainings, maybe by the central government, as to what is the correct interpretation. Of course, we as lawyers are trying to, go to the courts and develop jurisprudence around those issues. But everything cannot be settled at the court level. Some things need to be done through advocacy as well.
Thank you, Ashish. I think I'll pass it to Sanjoli to talk about, since we are talking about enforcement, how do you break down the gaps between the center and the state when it comes to this problem statement? And what could be the way forward, or how do we navigate together? Because it's not just the seller problem or the government problem, but we have to have a collective solution. So could you throw some light on that, Sanjoli?
Sure, thanks. Neetu. Am I audible? Yeah. Oh, great. I think I'm going to build on what fellow panelists have already said. I think we all understand already from a legal perspective and a stewardship perspective that the challenge with e-commerce is more about digital enforceability, right? We understand the laws, we understand the regulation. There's some sort of clarity, more clarity is coming in, there are inclusions coming in the updated bills. So we're working around the regulation piece. But what is missing link in my understanding, and I would say that most of us would agree, is the lack of coordination. It is not, like Hitesh said, the state approves of the license, the center provides the registration, and the e-commerce platforms are operating in both these spaces. So there's clearly a lack of coordination that is, further breaking it down. It is not enabling it. And what happened with the e-commerce outburst in every space, and especially, at least from our industry perspective, it just came in so fast. It enabled the movement of goods to the last mile so fast that everybody got into the frenzy, but nobody really understood where are the gaps, how this could be a challenge for us further from a regulation perspective, from a compliance perspective. So in my understanding, of course, there's a digital enforceability, there's a digital integration that is missing to the data points, right? So it is not alone, again, to penalize e-commerce platform, and most importantly, in my view, it is to enable the genuine players, the genuine e-commerce platforms, and weed out the bad players. Let's all agree that there are bad players out there. That is the key concern. I think regulations can settle down the cross-border movements, the price undercutting and everything, but what we need to weed out are the bad players. So in my view, that's where we are. I think we can build further, but for now, that's all.
Very good. Then I come to maybe Sameerji. If you could share any challenge you face when you are sitting and, on the platform selling, what are some of your areas where you struggle with? We talked about lack of clarity, we talked about enforcement sitting with the government, but what are your real life challenges every day where you think something can be sorted and something can't be?
What I've understood is that there is a lack of clarity regarding online selling among the various officers. Whether it can be the local officer, means the licensing authority, which is license is usually given by the district place. So there is also lack of clarity. Then actually the law is same, law and rule is same, it is given by the center. So when it is same, the role of state is to execute the rule. And every state is interpreting the same rule and the same law in different way. And according to some, online cannot be done. And like Hitesh Bhai said that a particular state has forced us not to sell the products in their state. And for the time being, we have also accepted it. It is not Utkarsh Agrochem or Agri, but as per my understanding, I know at least 20 names whom they have stopped with no logical reasoning means. when there is clear guideline that when you are following the license rules, you can do online business. So that is one of the major thing that the challenge that we are facing. And uh, and actually, currently today we are talking about insecticide only, but whenever this business is done online or offline, it is actually three things are together: seeds, fertilizers, and pesticide. All three are actually done together, whether it is by online world or offline world. So there also is need is required that all for e-commerce, all these three rules are or laws should also come together, because pesticide doesn't comes under Essential Commodity Act, but seed and fertilizer comes under that. So when the user is common, the platform is common, the seller is common, then the law should be also common, so that ease of business is there.
Interesting. I'll bring Ashish in. Two set of questions, I think, picking from what Sameer said. One is, what can the new, today existing Insecticide Act has a very limited scope of e-commerce. But we are also sitting on a very historic times where the new PMB will go through revision. What can we do in it to bring all these gaps together so that that can become an enabler to fill these gaps? That's number one. Two, also when, if you could also go through, because I hear that one-sided argument that the government needs to do, but we also know the reality that today a lot of e-commerce platforms are citing the Safe Harbor Act under the IT and, just getting away that it is not my responsibility. So it's not that enforcement is the problem, it's also the accountability and the responsibility of the platform to own it, that what will I do and what will you do? So these two, sorry it's a tall ask, but I know you can do it.
I'll try to answer. So first and foremost, I think, see, the government will do its work. Of course, government is always late to catch up because they have to take care of many aspects. To develop a law, to bring it in motion takes a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of procedural requirements. So it will take some time for the government to catch up. But that doesn't stop the industry. I mean, two separate industries I'm talking about. One is the agrochemical industry, one is the e-commerce industry. It doesn't stop them from collaborating and coming out with a system where both are happy and both are, prevented from any consequences. Because let's understand, we are talking about insecticides. They are products which comes with a lot of liability on the manufacturer. Even if it is a spurious product, tomorrow if it is caught in some tiny village and the farmer goes and file a complaint that this product purportedly manufactured by X company or Y company is, not performing, the licensing, the insecticide inspectors are very happy to file a complaint against the alleged company. It may not be even a product manufactured by the company, but they will get into this entanglement and they have to fight a litigation. And it's a criminal liability that we are talking about. So the consequences are very grave. It's a regulated product. And obviously, the consequences not only percolate at the level of the farmers, but also at the level of the consumers on which the actual product is being used and who are consuming those grains. Right? So we are talking about public interest here. We are talking about public health and safety here. So e-commerce industry also needs to understand that what is the perspective of the agrochemical industry, what are the challenges. Sales on platform cannot be unregulated. Sales of insecticides and agrochemicals I'm talking about, because they come with consequences. So I think both the industries need to come together, sit down, understand each other's problems, and come out with a solution. The easiest solution which I can share on the top of my head is give prominence to the principal certificate. There's a reason why this document is available. There's a reason. The reason is that the manufacturer must know where his product is going. The manufacturer must know who is selling his product. Because tomorrow, if anything happens, the manufacturer gets the accountability. So why should only the manufacturer share the accountability? Why not the platform where the product is being sold? Because let's understand one thing, Insecticide inspectors cannot inspect an online portal. They cannot pick samples from there, right? So there are certain limitations on the e-commerce space. So that's where if the e-commerce industry comes forward and say, look, let's develop a SOP. You tell us, forget about the law, you tell us what you want us to check so that you are happy and we will ensure that this happens, and let's both of us do business together. I think that's the way forward. Why wait for the government to come out with any regulation? When the regulation comes, of course, everybody is bound by it, everybody has to follow that. And the advocacy, I'm sure, will be done by both the industries. But in the meanwhile, since we are anyways together on a platform here today, it can be done tomorrow also. Collaborations can happen anytime, right? So that's one way. What was the second question? Sorry, I forgot.
The safe harbor.
Yes. Now this is connected to the intent part, right? So the cases that I have been handling, and there are a couple of cases that we are handling against e-commerce platforms. The first argument that comes is, look, we are protected by safe harbor, right? Because 79 IT Act, we are not responsible. It is somebody else's catalog, somebody else's advertisement. How do we check? How do we know? So, see, point is, of course, there are certain limitations to, which are attached to an e-commerce platform, because there are millions of products which are being sold. So they can't be checking each and every product or each and every listing, understandable. But the same provision, or the safe harbor, the principle is enshrined in section 79. The same section also says that the e-commerce platform has to do its own due diligence. It also says that you have to take reasonable efforts to ensure that somebody else's trademark, IP rights, blah, 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 are not being violated. So that responsibility is still there. It's not a blanket protection which is available to an e-commerce platform without any exceptions. Exceptions are there. So they also need to do their bit. So that's where the intent comes into picture. If the e-commerce platform raises the hand and say, look, forget about profitability. I know that, I want to add as many sellers and as many buyers as my registered, members. But I will also have, some system so that I ensure it is my moral responsibility, my ethical responsibility that a genuine product is sold through my platform. And that is where 10E plugs that gap. Section 10E, Rule 10E, I'm sorry, Rule 10E says that e-commerce platform will ensure that the licensee has a valid license. So 79, the protection given under 79 also has to be read in conjunction with Rule 10E. So that responsibility of due diligence coupled with the responsibility to check the validity of a license of the licensee who is selling on the e-commerce platform also is an important aspect which cannot be overlooked.
Very well said. I think it's like one step everyone needs to take, and then 2 steps we all will take collectively. So keeping that spirit alive, if there was a question raised by the audience around the pricing, and then also the last mile delivery. If any of the panelists want to talk about it, please bring a perspective. I think that will also... Pricing. There was a question asked on how do we handle the pricing at the e-commerce platform.
E-commerce not deciding. Platform is not deciding any pricing. Platform just asking industry, this is our commission. And that commission also depends on demand and supply. And product weight, and then you can say transportation charges like that. So e-commerce is not deciding any pricing. Yeah, sometimes manufacturers, they have some threat that our dealer and distributor will be disturbed. At that time, manufacturer tell us that you should not sell below this rate. That is there. And we accepting it. As a platform owner, we are accepting it. And I'm representing, you can say I'm representing Agri, not only Agri, but all e-commerce platform. We have one like a small association like that. And from association point of view, I have one request to some industrial people also here. And this is not actually challenge, this is not problem. But we would like to request from platform side, okay, you should be open, because now this is a digital era. we are going to AI. उनके मन में एक थोड़ा डर है कि मेरा जो डीलर डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर नेटवर्क है डिस्टर्ब हो जाएगा, मेरा धंधे में से इतने बड़े कंप्लेन आएगी, ये होगा। उनकी वजह से दे आर आ नहीं रहे हमारे तक, और उनको अपॉर्चुनिटी लॉस कर रहे हैं। वो नहीं आ रहे तो छोटे छोटे प्लेयर आ रहे हैं, उनका सेल हो रहा है, वहाँ तो सेल हो ही रहा है, और सेल भी हो रहा है, प्रॉफिट भी हो रहा है। बी गार्ड का देखो, एग्री का देखो, और दूसरे प्लेटफॉर्म का देखो, प्रॉफिट भी हो रहा है, तो वो तो आगे बढ़ने वाले हैं। तो मैं यहाँ से ये प्लेटफॉर्म पे अभी हूँ, तो यहाँ से थोड़ा रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ मैडम, आउट ऑफ द सब्जेक्ट, कि आप भी थोड़ा ओपन माइंड से आइए और हमारे यहाँ सेल करिए। जो सेल नहीं कर रहे उसके लिए बोल रहा हूँ।
I'll just add a point from what the earlier panelists have been mentioning. I think price undercutting mostly happens when it is a cross-border movement. That's where we see it the maximum, right? So we are bringing back to the solution piece geofencing, right? Like tagging the products or sale of the product into that particular state with a defined agreed price. Like Hiteshu mentioned, no, manufacturer ने price decide किया, इसके नीचे नहीं जाना है। वो कब होता है जब आपका product महाराष्ट्र से गुजरात में जा रहा है, and there's nothing for the distributor or the seller to lose on to. And that's where the price undercutting happens. So I think, in my view, again, geofencing, pin coding, limiting the sale of the product in the particular territory is one of the ways to control the price undercutting. I think, to be very honest, from an investigation perspective, my key focus or key concern when the e-commerce platforms come in play is more from an illicit trade perspective, because we've burnt our hands where we've had issues around farmers buying counterfeit products, and there the accountability comes back to the manufacturer, what Ashish just mentioned. And unfortunately, I again bring in the bad players. They would just wash off their hands, suggesting, we don't know where this came from, but it was channelized. I think focus is more on that, as well as sort of limiting the cross-border movement, limiting the price undercutting, giving confidence to our own channel partners. And it has to be a cohesive, to your point. You take one step, I take one, and together we can take two. So I think that's one of the elements that as well I think is very valid in this.
Sure. We also have a question from APMA. Mr. N. Gopichand has asked, he's not here, but he's asked us to raise this important question. I think, and this question also raises a question of how there are many unclear thoughts and areas in the mind of sellers and online players. And the question is, can a seller conduct a sale to a dealer as per the insecticide rule via e-commerce? So, sir, maybe you can come in, or Ashish, you can clarify that even the platforms are not clear in the granular aspect of what they can do. Just popping up a shop and online because the world is digital is not also the right way of being accountable and responsible. Yes, we have seen you can deliver a product on the click of a button, but you must know what is your framework of what you can do and what you can't. And we have been hearing in the first session also that that framework has to come from government, from e-commerce, as self-compliance, as through the act and the rules. But this question of, can a seller conduct a sale to a dealer as per the Insecticide Act under the e-commerce rules? Maybe, sir, you can talk about.
Yeah. For selling the pesticide on e-commerce platform, what are the requirement and is equal to the for a dealer and distributors for requirement of a license? And beside this, some other rules means technical know-how, that what are the labeling requirement and other requirement like safety, packaging and others. So in case of what I have seen on these, I was seeing one means advertisement on YouTube about the sale of cyclosinone granular as a weedicide. So that is available here. Anybody can go, touch and give the order of this product. But when I check the this cyclosinone product on our CIBRC registration, it is not registered in India. So this type of things can happen in the online e-platforms market, it is open. There is no cross-border, no country-to-country barrier is there. So anybody can give the order from anywhere. So the important thing is that whatever the sellers and the pesticide manufacturers, pesticide sellers, and e-platforms companies. So all three means and have to ensure that whatever is being selling, we are complying the regulations as well as safety points, because pesticide is a poison, and when the e-platform supplies this product along with the food materials, there can be chances of leakage and it may contaminate that food products. So what are the safety requirement regulation is there that has to comply, and the knowledge of this safety compliance should also be to the sellers. And the sellers, other requirement is that suppose any seller, whether seller or manufacturer, he is KYC compliant, having all this registration requirement valid, and license requirement valid, and having the knowledge of these toxic substances which is to be supplied to the customers. So these things are very important, and this is the responsibility of all manufacturers as well as e-platform as well as sellers. So all means they have to ensure that whatever we are selling, that has to be registered first, and the product which is registered is also having the manufacturing license, proper manufacturing license, valid, and what are the safety and requirement, packaging requirement, how we should pack it and send to the customer, so that and what are the precautions while spraying or while using this product on the crop. So these things are very important, and these should be highlighted on the product while you are packing. It should be highlighted on the product that what are the precautions in there is in this packet. So these things are very important. So.
Thank you, sir. But I will disagree with what you said in the passing that pesticide is a poison. It is not. We know it's a crop protection product, and if used rightly, with the right stewardship and training, it increases the yield and supports the farmer in his mission and the bigger vision of the country. So let's say that, that also brings to the aspect, I think somebody in the audience, gentleman, asked that, how do we secure the last mile delivery? Because these are products which needs to be used in a certain way, in a certain trained manner, the right skill set, and that's why maybe I believe, in the earlier session there was a hint that many companies are not going and wanting to sell it online, because there's a whole custody and the value chain which needs to be secured from a stewardship point of view, and that cannot be assured on an online. But coming back to last mile delivery, and also maybe Ashish, you can pitch in, how do we ensure last mile delivery from a legal framework in the whole gamut of things which are happening on the e-commerce sale for agri products? And also where, because we hear a lot of laws, there's insecticide, there's e-commerce guidelines, there's IT Act. Where is the integration of all these laws which is happening to bring that clarity so that we move from challenge to a little bit of space of, taking that next step forward?
See, technically speaking, last mile delivery may also fall within the ambit of transportation of insecticides, right? Because the word transportation, although mentioned, and although there's a requirement to have a license even to transport, the word transport itself has not been defined in the act itself. So that's where a technicality arises, that even if you have to transfer the insecticide from point A to point B, which is a last mile connectivity, will it amount to transportation? Technically it would, and for that you need a license. So there you have it.
Very good. Thank you. I think that also brings us clarity. Now, moving on to another part, which is, I think we are also coming to a sum up of what we have been talking. I would urge one by one, all of you can go through saying, what is that one thought you have for today, and one request where you would want collaboration to come. So if you are from an online platform, what is that you would request companies to come forward and support you, so that it's like, collaboration, or at least a framework can be designed. You can also close with some of your thoughts saying we must secure this as a prerequisite as we move ahead. We heard a lot around the framework in the morning. So let's go one by one. Sameerji, would you like to do first?
Yep, hi. So as far as my point of view with regards to collaboration, I would like to say that we have, the industry is doing a lot of stewardship activities for the farmers. So now it's high time, like Sameerji has mentioned, that there are different rules which the states are taking up. So it is the matter of interpretation, how they are interpreting the rules. The government has made one rule only, right? And it's states who are taking it differently. So now when we are doing the stewardship activity for the farmers, it's high time that we should do the stewardship activities with regards to state government as well, right? So that, we should tell them that this is the rule, this is what there in the Insecticides Act that, the government has made, and this is the clear interpretation what every state is taking up. So, we should collaborate with the state government now, along with the central government as well, and take it up. So that's my point of view.
Sameerji, would you like to go?
You talk about that, what framework can be done. So one of the idea is that currently the amendment of the Insecticide Act is in progress, and they have asked for suggestions. I have gone through that Insecticide Act. There is no mention of anything related to online business, zero. So first thing that is required is that all online sellers must register. That is the requirement, and that should be done through some central thing, because an online seller is going to sell in the entire country. So that the way a pesticide manufacturer is registered centrally, then he has to take a NOC from the state government. Similar pattern, the centrally the registration for all online sellers should take place, and the way then a valid license holder can need to add all the principal certificates for the product they want to sell. In the same way, the central framework should have the provision where all the principal certificate of all the products they want to sell, that can be added centrally, not state-wise. Currently, all these permissions are state-wise only. So currently there is the restriction for the PIN codes. When we are into e-commerce, there should be no restriction about the PIN code. Now currently, if the seller wants to come on a online platform to sell, that seller must take a NOC from the manufacturer, because only the manufacturer can provide the right principal certificate and NOC that I allow, and then only the authenticity of the product can be done. Because this source certificate is the foundation, means already the law is properly there, because you need to take license from center for manufacturing, then NOC from the state government. When all these things just need to come at one place. Currently, like in case of GST, we take one GST, and then if we want to add another state GST, just first two digit gets changed and last 3 or 4 digit gets changed. Centrally remains same. Similarly, in car also, there is now provision of getting central registration with the starting number of BH. Similar thought process should be applied while amending the current insecticide law for e-commerce business. So when these things are implemented, I think major things can be covered up, because rest all other things, one thing that should be added at the time of giving the licensed manufacturer license is that how to handle the product, means as per the category, means red category, yellow category, green, blue, these are 4 categories of the pesticide. So which category product should, how it should be handled and packed for e-commerce. That framework also required to be given. So if this clarity is there, I think lot many questions can be overcome, and it will be win-win for everyone. Thank you.
Sanjoli, your views?
On a closing account, I'll say if genuine, I really call that out. If genuine e-commerce platforms want to thrive, they want to scale up, it has to come, it has to shift from intent to infrastructure. By what I mean is, everybody's talking about, Sameer talked about the central repository. So in my head, not technically very sound, but in my vision, I see a central repository where CIBRC registrations are all there listed. They are linked to the seller's license, state-wise license. The platforms have genuine access to view them, to understand what is allowed, what products are registered, and everything. So that gives that visibility. The intelligence sharing, I think that's something that as a country or in the investigation space, I see we still have a way long to go, where we as industry partners, both from e-commerce perspective, I've seen that happening in other regions, other countries, intelligence sharing happens a lot. So the blacklisted sellers, the red flag sellers are highlighted by the manufacturer, they are highlighted by the e-commerce, and that intelligence sharing leads to bigger operations like Silver Axe that Europol is running. So some of that. I think in nutshell, I would sort of, I'm not going to just repeat myself again. In nutshell, what I'm looking at it is an automated compliance system which enables genuine e-commerce platforms to thrive, protects the farmers, and for manufacturers, for organizations like us, it doesn't block the innovation pipeline. It just thrives the innovation. I think that's the future that we are talking about longer term solution as well. Thank you, Neetu.
Thank you. Ashish, over to you.
So I endorse the views of my fellow participants here, that the e-commerce platform needs to also get involved in the regulatory regime. So some kind of, may not be a license, but some kind of a permission or registration with the central government, at the central government level, to sell or to facilitate sale of insecticides. That can be considered. Two, of course, a clear list of compliances that are required at the end of the e-commerce platform to onboard sellers and to carry on their operations. Three, data management and data sharing, as Anjali just said, that data needs to be managed at a central level. There has to be a repository, and it needs to be shared. It should be accessible to everybody, so that even the e-commerce platforms, tomorrow if some seller applies for permission to sell through the platform, they should be able to check the authenticity of the seller on the on the platform where the data is maintained. Four, of course, this NOC also from the manufacturer, because manufacturer is the ultimate suffering party when any prosecution is launched. So NOC maybe it may be made an obligatory requirement for the seller who wants to get onboarded to, along with the principal certificate license, also submit a NOC from the company, that the company has no objection for that party to sell through this e-commerce platform. I think that would resolve a lot of issues. That will bring a lot of transparency at everybody's end, and ensure that only genuine manufacturers are selling. And this can be, of course, it may not be a one-time activity. It can be a periodic activity. Every 1 year you have to submit a fresh NOC or something like that. I think that will resolve most of the grievances in my view.
Hitesh bhai.
Farmer protection is main for everybody here. If wrong product goes to farmer, then big loss to the farmer, ultimately big loss to country. So we are thinking here for 100% compliance. And 100% compliance, I'm not denying we should stop the offline business, but 100% compliance is only possible through digitalization. And e-commerce is first step. There is so many steps are there, but if e-commerce को अगर आगे ले जाना है, इस commerce को अगर बढ़ावा देना है, और वो इसलिए देना है कि farmers को accessibility मिले. अभी तक farmers को village में 10, 15, 25, 50 product मिलती थी. अभी e-commerce की वजह से 4000 products में से वो select कर सकता है मुझे कौन सी product मेरे लिए useful है. तो उनको अगर बढ़ावा देना है, तो e-commerce को गवर्नमेंट रेगुलेटर्स दे आर ऑलरेडी थिंकिंग, तो उनको हम रिक्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं कि अभी जो बिल आ रहा है उसमें ई कॉमर्स का अलग सा सब्जेक्ट ही रखें, उनके रूल्स भी अलग बनाएं, सिंगल विंडो बनाएं, स्टेट के जो रूल्स है, एक स्टेट में एक परमिशन मिलता है 1 साल के लिए, दूसरे स्टेट में परमिशन मिलता है 3 साल के लिए, हर जगह जाना पड़ता है. तो स्टेट के भी ई कॉमर्स के लिए स्पेसिफिक कंट्री का ही एक पर्टिकुलर रूल्स बन जाए, कंट्री का ही रेगुलेशन हो जाए, और ई कॉमर्स के बिहाफ ऑफ, प्लेटफॉर्म के बिहाफ ऑफ मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि वी आर 100% नॉट मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबल, वी वांट टू टेक ए प्योर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कि फार्मर तक ये प्रोडक्ट जाए ही नहीं, ट्रांसपेरेबिलिटी बनी रहेगी, इंफॉर्मेशन बनी रहेगी, ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हो जाएगा फार्मर्स का भी. तो उसमें लिए जो भी गवर्नमेंट रूल्स रेगुलेशन बनाए उसमें इसके लिए बनाए और उसको हम फॉलो करने का वादा करते हैं इस प्लेटफॉर्म के माध्यम से.
Thank you. If I try to sum up everything before I pass it to Girish for votes of thanks, I think couple of things which came out ubhar ke ki clearly. One is I really liked what Sameer ji said, that we talk about stewardship, also Girish emphasized, we talk about stewardship but we leave it to farmer training. I think we need to go one step forward and say stewardship but also helping state government officers in enforcement. So little bit of their capacity building. Second, I think a definition of stewardship also gets enhanced, and this is something our Honorable Agri Minister always says, that how can we help them to help us? So that needs to also go through how can we help e-commerce companies to, and also farmers. Today farmer is aware through the stewardship programs on what needs to be done on the field. Maybe we need to stretch a new branch of saying how do we empower the farmer to go through e-commerce site responsibility and mindfully before he or she clicks the button. That's one. Second, I think we all agree in the room since morning that the current PMB 2025 under revision needs to have a good big chapter on e-commerce for the lawyers to work it out and help us with the advising. I think that will take care of a lot of framing of where this should fit the bill. Third, I would say also what really, I like what Sanjoli said, the intent to infrastructure. We feel in today's time of digitalization, the era of AI, automation, we need to put that onus on the government to say, how do we bring the whole repository of data at the very center and make it easy for us to do business, easy for the farmer to go and make a choice, and easy for platforms to operate. The fourth point is really around, building very strong guidelines. And I think that will get connected and integrated with the PMB and other areas. And also for companies, I think I hear what the online players feel, that companies should also be open and agile. So having just a notice sent saying don't sell my product, maybe not the solution. I think we need to engage a little bit more saying how can we help you to at least do the right business. Don't sell our product, but if you're doing it for someone else, what to look out for. That partnership approach somewhere the private players and the online players will have to really take it. So that's how I sum the whole discussion. I don't know if I've done justice, but over to Girish to say a few words and close the session. Thank you.
So, as we have come to the close of the session, this important technical session, and also the end of this very well structured national conference on e-commerce platform opportunities, challenge and way forward. Neetu has made my work very easier by summing up everything so that I don't have to say much. But since I'm here, I would like to, on behalf of CropLife India, I would like to say special thanks to our chair, Dr. K.L. Gujar, who is also the Joint Director, CIB and RC at Government of India, for giving his well-thought words and addressing the august audience. And then going forward, I've already said Neetu has made my work easier, so thank you so much, Neetu, for summing up the entire session so very well. And again, from CropLife India, I would like to thank our panelist, Sanjoli Bhatt, who is also the lead AIT committee member for CropLife India, Ashish Kothari, who is the crop protection industry legal, and then Mr. Kamlesh Kumar Sharma, who is also the president Agri Input. I'm coming up. Then Mr. Hitesh Kumar, who is also the founder of AgriBerry, and Mr. Sameer Elawat from MD Utkarsh Agrochem Private Limited. Thank you very much for sharing your insights with the August gathering. And last but not least, to our audience who has sat till the end and doing the interactions. Thanks to Mr. Jivani and Mr. Rajat. You have raised the question at the beginning of the session, so that it has given us a way forward for chairing this session. And thanks to the organizer, CropLife, for doing this exceptionally well coordinated conference. And I'm sure this will give a way forward for the government as well, for us, to prepare a note and send it to the government. And sure, this will help not just the industry, but also the e-commerce players as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And with that, we have come to the end of the technical session, the second technical session of this conference. But before we wrap up, may I please request Mr. Durgesh Chandra, the Secretary General of CropLife India, to please come up and present mementos to our session chair, the session moderator, and the panelists. A memento to Dr. K.L. Gurjar, Joint Director, CIB and RC. To the session moderator, Ms. Neetu Kapasi, Director, CropLife India. And to our panelists, one by one, Ms. Sanjoli Bhatt, Lead AIT Committee, CropLife India. Mr. Girish Ahuja, Member, Stewardship and AIT Committee, CropLife India. Mr. Sameer Elawat, MD Utkarsh Agrochem Private Limited. Mr. Ashish Kothari, Crop Protection Industry Legal Expert. And Mr. Hitesh Kumar Goswami, Founder, AgriBerry. May I request all of you to please come up for a group photograph? And ladies and gentlemen, with that we have come to the end of the National Conference on Crop Protection Products, Sale on E-commerce Platforms, Opportunities, Challenges and the Way Forward. Thank you so much for being a wonderful participatory audience. And thanks to all our speakers, all our panelists, and all our moderators for making this day a great, great success. Thank you so much, Neetu. Thank you. Can you give yourselves a round of applause, please, for this event? Great. Thank you so much. And now, please, let's step outside for a cup of tea or coffee. Thank you.